But when you measure it flat, it contradicts that. I'm spitting flat facts and that. And I know you don't like that. Google Maps is flat, it presents elevation profiles like that. I'm a spitting flat earth king. Sentence has a ring, doing my own thing. If earth was a big roast chicken, factually finger licking chicken. We just got the measurements missing. I'm spitting eggs and begs, begging the question lesson. I've said it before, time after time. I'm the spitting flat earth king of rhyme.
Welcome to Flat Earth Debate, Uncut and After Show. I'm your host, Nathan Oakley, and if you are new to this channel, or you've not done so already, then be sure to subscribe. Hit the bell notification icon and join button if you'd like to become a Nathan Oakley 1980 channel member and keep up to date with the Flat Earth Debate. If you would like to support the channel, there is a super chat that runs alongside each of these shows while they premiere. There's also a coffee, Patreon, crypto and thanks button in the info box below the video. Speaking of Patrons, I'm going to do a quick shout out to all of you who do support me on Patreon. So, a massive shout of thanks and appreciation to Sven P, Curved Fart, Pablo de la Cruz, Level Playing Poem, Vitali Z, Colton James, Survive the Spin, Thomas van der Zander, Measured Flat, Tiers Morgan, Mitch Kennedy, Rod, The Name's Burley, JMels24, Unimento, Iron26, Retro Bill, John Kays, Patrick Gunnels, Troy Shuker, Bob Barker, Mobile Mac 777, Rob W, Del West Watson, Unbelievable Productions, Blue Ridge Ranger, Abraham Mohammed, Skeptic 936, Texas Mike, Chow Young Cat, and Dank. So another massive thank you to all of you for supporting me on Patreon. Links, as I say, to Patreon are below this video. But with that, I will hand across to whoever is in Discord and Google, so you can enjoy their dulcet tones while I set up for today's live show.
Well, actually, it would create, like if you were to, by the laws of density, either way, you would have at the top, you would just have the lightest of whatever. So it would be like a vacuum, and you could still have a dome.
And we had this discussion the other day as well, which is you can have anything, like container is just something that does containing. So as such, like we've talked about before, it could be a force like electromagnetics or, bendy, warpy space-time. But it could be a physical barrier like it's meant to be with the dome. The other one I think was like, what about just distance? Could distance behave like a container?
Distance is a convention. If you're describing the altitude of things like domes, if you're ascribing them, that's your positive claim that you don't need to justify. We are breathing gas at pressure. It is pressing on something. But that's not the positive claim. The positive claim is that the sky is in defiance of natural law when it's suggested to be a vacuum that rockets are traversing in an orbital mechanical motion that's derived from flat Earth measurements. That's the positive claim. The sky vacuum's the positive claim. You'd have to prove that we've got gas pressure. We are definitely breathing. That's... Hey, Neil.
What's up?
Guy. It's not incumbent on you to prove.
This is what's his name, right? Isa, right? Isn't he an old school guy?
Orbital mechanics isn't derived from a flat surface.
Yeah, it is. Radial values derived from minimum elevation angle to Polaris, forming the equator, and the sun's averaged at vernal equinox. This system.
How is there a pressure?
I was just explaining how it was. Just my bad. I'm going to get called a demon for the interruption. You don't need to give me permission. You just need to shut your mouth while I'm talking.
Go ahead.
I don't need your permission. Second time I'll say it. You just need to shut your mouth while I'm in the middle of a sentence. I don't need your permission to talk. Radial value. It's the third interruption from a guy who's given me permission to talk twice. Maybe I'll get called a demon when this turns into audio chaos. That's the fourth interruption from the same guy giving me permission when I've told him I don't need it. Just need him to shut his dumb mouth.
Go for it.
Don't need anybody's permission. Just need you to all shut up while I explain. Oh, this is triggering, clearly. Me describing what is on screen for my audience now, which is a flat Earth derivation of radial value based on azimuth and altitude. That is to say, to derive a radial value for the equator, you measure Earth flat to achieve it. Earth's measured flat for orbital mechanics. You need an R value. It's the first step in orbital mechanics.
Go ahead.
I did. Earth is measured flat for orbital mechanics. The dumbfounded silence is as a consequence of somebody telling me, no, we don't measure Earth flat, as I told you.
What's the flat Earth?
Did.
What's the flat Earth mechanism for the pressure gradient?
What's the flat Earth mechanism for pressure gradient?
The pressure. Yep.
Pressures.
Did you agree there's a pressure gradient, right?
What about it?
No, I was just saying you agreed that there's the pressure gradient. So what's the mechanism?
I would say dropity.
Dark fluid.
Drop it.
Are you deaf? Dark fluid, bro.
Because as we get closer to the container, the pressure drops. And if the necessity for the container is based on pressure, then dropping pressure means dropping necessity for a container. So it's got to get to not zero before the pressure gets to zero and the container becomes zero.
But pressure is the force exerted on the walls of containment. That's what pressure is. Any chance you can jump in Discord and see if this is actually... Oh, no. Now it's flashing. Working when I'm talking, but not working when I'm playing the video for some reason. Like I say, this isn't my burden to prove. I'm not making any claims about what the sky is. I didn't make a claim that there was a dome. That wasn't me. We do have gas pressure, though. That goes without saying. I don't have to defend that. Pressure gradient, yeah, that's right. I don't have to defend that. It's a fact.
Can't defend it. It's
can't
fortunate you don't have to.
Okay.
Yeah, they can't defend it.
What's to defend?
Nathan, I've never heard.
Very convenient, these things you do.
You just met with silence, aren't you, Neil? I can't hear you either. Did you say something, Neil? Neil? You hear me, Neil? No, I'm not hearing anything when you speak. Okay, let's see if I can fix that.
Yeah, I know exactly who you are. I've known who you are for years. I just would like to hear you, since I'm in the same room as you right now. It's enjoyable to hear you explain how you think it's laid out.
What's laid out? That's too broad. Just ask something more specific then. You're being very broad in terms of what you're asking for. You're asking a YouTuber to explain how it's laid out. What does that mean? I don't know what that means.
Like, do you think that it's flat with a dome? Do you think that it's like the North Pole's in the center? Do you think there's something else going on? Do you think there's two poles on a flat surface? You know, just ballpark, how do you think that it's laid out?
Just how it's measured, you mean?
Yeah, you could say that.
Yeah, it's measured flat. Earth's measured flat.
He means the map, Nathan. You know he's talking about a map. Or any more specific.
I heard
just like the pressure gradient's measured as a vacuum when we go high enough.
By height is measured off of surface level. It's a sea level measurement of altitude. So if you're talking about altitude with height, that's a flat Earth measurement. Distance perpendicular to a plane of reference called sea level. So at height, that's a flat Earth measurement.
Yeah, and since you're willing to make that positive assertion, certainly you have a positive assertion to defend on why the pressure is what it is at certain altitudes, right?
Why would I know that? I'm a YouTuber. The altitudes are flat Earth measurements, though. The guy's asking me how it's laid out, and then you've piped up asking me about the altitudes of gas pressure gradients. And I've said the measurement of a pressure gradient, that's barometric pressure, is measured from sea level. Earth is measured flat for altitudes and barometric pressure readings. So these are flat Earth prerequisites that you're asking me about. So if I'm being asked about how flat Earth is, then here you go, there's your measurements. You've got two of them. Barometric pressure, altitude, both are measured from sea level.
So no explanation.
Is Earth being measured flat your only positive claim you're willing to make?
I haven't made any claims. Somebody asked me about altitude, and I explained that altitude is a measurement from sea level. That's not an answer to a question. It's a measurement of Earth's surface.
But you did make the claim that Earth is measured flat. That's a
No,
positive
it is
claim,
measured.
right?
No, it's not a claim. Let me just lay that out for you, Guy. Hopefully you can tolerate my answer. No. Altitude, that's one word I've got out before you've interrupted me. I'll try again. Second attempt. I'll count them off. Second attempt.
Huh?
Third attempt. Altitude is a measurement. It's not a claim. It's not something I've got to defend. It's not something that's up for discussion. It's not in dispute. It is a flat Earth prerequisite measurement from sea level. That's what altitude is. Perpendicular in the vertical. Perpendicular to what? Sea level, the master reference for altitude. It's not my point of view. It's not my discussion or debate point. It's a measurement from Earth's surface at an average called sea level to give us altitude in the vertical perpendicular to a plane. That's how we measure, say it one more time, measure Earth flat for altitude. Check. Hey, Flat Earth Cafe, how's it going?
Hey, good morning, Nathan. Oh, echo.
Good morning. I'm Neil here as well. I'm just playing out an old video. It was broadcast on the second channel yesterday, and it got like 50 views. I'm looking at it going, wow, what a great episode. Why has this only got 50 views, bastards at YouTube? I don't know, sod you, I'll play it again on the pre-show.
I was enjoying it, but there's a major... I'm going to hang up and jump back.
He's got a technical issue at his end. Hey, Charlie. Hey, Forthright.
Hey, Nathan.
How's it going?
Another day, another dollar. Headed to work.
Right, I will.
Is anybody...
Yeah, no, you go ahead.
I'm sorry. Major through when Charles and when I speak.
Yeah, I think it might be your internet connection on account of the fact that you're chopping a little bit. Or that just could be because you've just joined. We'll see how it goes. Or it could be me because I'm on my radio mic and I'm right next to my speakers. It could be a whole bunch of things. Anyway, just for your information, we're just playing a clip from yesterday. I know, I've already told you to Forthright and Charlie. Feel free to pipe up, though. I've left the lines open. If you did want to say something, you feel free. Same with you, Neil.
Can you say it again?
Yeah, we measure Earth flat for altitude. It's perpendicular to sea level. I'll say it as many times as you like. It's never going to become my claim. It's just how we measure Earth flat.
So why don't you come back when you have evidence for why the pressure gradient works on a flat Earth?
What do you mean how it works? What does that mean exactly? How it's measured is
the
with respect
mechanism
to a flat plane. When you say how it works, what does that mean?
The mechanism.
The mechanism? Well, gas is produced at ground level and dissipates, getting thinner as it raises in flat Earth measurement of altitude. And it cycles back down.
Why does that happen?
It cycles back.
But you haven't heard of
got halfway
upwind?
through that. Let's just accept that you are an intolerable man and you're incapable of having a discussion with me because I've tried to answer you. I clarified what your question was, got halfway through answering you about the cyclical nature of gases, gas cycles, something we were taught quite early on in high school. It's basic stuff. Gases cycle. They're at their highest volumes where they're produced at ground level.
Ready to master AI?
You'll get AI skills employers are looking for.
Enroll today.
Felix! I brought dinner.
With the irresistible range of Felix
Level, which is how they're measured when they raise in altitude with respect to sea level. All flat Earth measurements and prerequisites that describe the gas cycles you learn about in high school. Why are you asking me? I'm a YouTuber. We do have gas cycles, though. Why you'd want to know or put it on my back to explain them? I'm a YouTuber. Who cares how gas cycles? Do you have a point? Who cares? My question to you, who cares our gas cycles?
What do you make YouTube videos about?
Like, so you changed your line of questioning now that you've been demonstrated absurd in your question line. Who cares was my response. After explaining it and getting interrupted, explaining gas cycles, something you learned in high school but have clearly forgotten about. Now you're asking about my YouTube career. A minute ago, I was the arbiter of gas cycles, something we all learned about in high school. Now you want to change the subject? I make videos about...
Hold on, Renee. You didn't ask about the gas pressure. I think it was IC Spin. I really think IC Spin needs to respond to that.
I didn't realise there was two people talking to me. My bad, whoever that was.
No, I mean, he gave a non-explanation, so I'll let someone else go.
Sorry, gas cycles is a non-explanation now. Let's just carry on this conversation. Do you not understand that which we were taught in high school about gas cycles?
I'll just ask you for a mechanism. Simple as that.
The mechanism of what? Vegetation producing gases at ground level. Now I'm getting interrupted again. I don't want to talk to this person, whoever he is. I don't want to talk to you again.
Of how the gradient works.
Don't want to talk to you again. I've attempted to tell you twice. You've interrupted me and told you I've given you a non-answer when clearly you were oblivious to that which you were taught in high school about gas cycles.
Well, in high school, they never taught that gas cycles cause a pressure gradient.
Oh, my bad. I went to a private school, so I obviously had a better education than he did. My bad. Sorry.
No, just stop wasting people's time. Come back when you have a mechanism.
What, like vegetation? That is a mechanism. I just described it. Again, I'll just say it one more time. This man's a moron. There's no point talking to you. You're incapable of listening. Sorry. I can't help that.
Yeah, I agree.
Shout out to Unitox Femu. So how on measured flat surface works with gas pressure? Thanks for the super chat. But to answer your other question, what do I do on YouTube? I make videos about Earth being measured flat.
Okay.
Yeah, I see Spin. I don't know why you acted like he didn't give you an answer. I thought that was a pretty good answer, to be honest. You didn't address it at all.
Oh, do you know what the mechanism is?
He's just told you that the gas cycle.
So vegetation. The vegetation causes the gradient?
Yes, you have a higher concentration of gases produced where the vegetation's at its highest. There are no plants in the sky producing gases. So therefore, the highest concentration is at ground level where they are produced. They then expand, that is to say they dissipate into the area of volume available to them. That's entropic dispersion. It then cycles back down again. For example, with the water cycle, water comes down, gases go up. That's a cycle. Very basic stuff. Meanwhile, the altitude of the gases requires we measure Earth flat to describe the dispersion of gases produced at ground level where they are in their highest concentration. The mechanism being things like organisms producing gases, cycling them back down again in the case of rain with the water. That's gas when it disperses upwards cycle. Hope that's clear enough. Meanwhile, Earth's been measured flat in that description.
It's so clear because
Nathan,
that's
what
I
textbook
always
did you
see.
use in high school? What textbook was it so I can look it up?
What, you want to look up the textbook that's got the water cycle in it?
Really low.
Sorry, you want to look up the textbook from about 45 years ago when I was in school. If they probably produced new ones now, I don't know what textbook I was going from at that particular time when I learned about our gases cycle. I thought it was fairly well known, like you heat up water, it turns into a gas and then expands upwards. I thought that was fairly well known common knowledge.
It is.
So I'm looking for the textbook that says that cycle causes the pressure gradient.
But if you can't extrapolate out gases in higher concentration being at higher pressure, and as they dissipate, the pressure lowering, then I can't help you, my friend. It's very basic stuff that we're talking about here.
Oh, okay. So you didn't learn that in school. You just extrapolated it.
What, having more of something means there's more pressure, having less of it means less pressure. Yes, I must be a genius to extrapolate this simple fact of distribution of second law of thermodynamics, entropic dispersion. No, it's a law of nature. It's not something I've extrapolated. It's called the second law of thermodynamics.
That's a great question, Eggshells. But in the desert.
That's just the way you make me feel. Amazon Prime Day is here.
Well, is that it just not
It's
listening?
like there's like zero pressure in the desert because there's no.
Too busy patting each other on the back. What a great question.
Yep.
Later, I accuse him of being a fart sniffer and tell him that his question's boring. But meanwhile, these dweebs, what a wonderful question you asked there, Eggshells. Proud of you, son, proud of you. You've done so well. What, for what? Your question put to me? Some YouTuber? Gives a shit. But yeah, you keep patting each other on the back, up the pecking order, as you tell each other how well you've done.
No plants there.
No,
Yo, my man was like,
Just before,
sorry,
just before we move on, just a second, Issa. Sorry, one sec. Just want to conclude this. Just one sec. Just before we just move on. My bad. Just want to make a conclusion, if that's okay with you. Sorry, the guy that's talking. Can I just make a quick conclusion? So, nobody is withstanding the fact that we measure Earth flat. Just want to get that on the record.
By the way, Eggshells ask you a good question. What about in the desert? Right?
And I'm just concluding that everybody here now understands how. That you say? You want to conclude about how we've all unequivocally measured Earth flat in this little discussion that we've had about Earth and its flatness, that you all want to reject based on flatness building a globe? No. What's more interesting is the dissipation of gases. Let's congratulate this dweeb. He did well. No conclusion about the very purpose that we're here. We want to mess around and sniff each other's farts. How quickly do my farts dissipate to you? Oh, they dissipated very quickly. A flat Earth must be measured perpendicular for altitude of gas pressure gradients. I just want to make the conclusion once, hopefully without interruption.
It's too vague, dude.
I appreciate this is terrifying for a lot of you who believe you're on a ball. In order to describe the differential of gas pressure, I'll keep trying until I'm allowed to make the conclusion unimpeded. Obviously, being in fear means you might want to...
answer the question about the desert, right? Like, is there pressure in the desert? There's no plants there, right?
Yeah. Pressure to the main thing we're discussing.
Yeah, gas spreads out. So let me just answer him then. The gas spreads out. You realise that it's not got some imaginary wall after the tree that it's produced from. It spreads out in all directions. Again, I tried to explain this. It just seemed like people didn't want to hear it. Second law of thermodynamics, entropic dispersion would mean that the gases spread out. Yeah, we have things like wind. Again, I thought this was fairly common knowledge. Regardless, the pressure in its differential format at altitude is measured from a flat Earth. And I just want it to be understood here that nobody has in any way challenged that. We are just all under the now complete comprehension and understanding that Earth can only be measured flat, perpendicular to sea level for altitudes of gas dispersing in line with entropic dispersion laws.
I don't know if we agree with that to finish litigating this point on the pressure, but if the pressure is spreading outwards, so let's say I've got the Amazon here, and then I've got over there, I've got the Sahara, then and actually the Sahara, I guess, has sub-Saharan regions that are pretty temperate next to it.
Not an if statement.
I'm getting all of the air pressure that is highest at the bottom, highest right at the bottom near the sand. It's at the same pressure it is in the jungle at the same height, but my air is coming from that jungle. It's blowing sideways from that jungle regardless of where it actually starts. And so that it's in equal pressure over here on the sand at the same altitude, but stratifies fairly evenly up above that. I think that is explaining the stratification. Otherwise, the stratification would be around the areas it's being produced.
But this is not an if statement. You said if. This is a law of nature. It's entropic dispersion. Gas fills space.
That didn't make sense. Can you explain that again?
Second law of thermodynamics, entropic dispersion. Gas fills space. Dispersion of gases into availability of volume. It's how quickly you can smell the effluence of another man's arsehole when you're telling him how wonderful his question is. How quickly that process takes place. It's dispersion. Second law. How quickly can you sniff that man's farts that you told he did really well? That's what dispersion means. Yeah. That's the second law of thermodynamics. You put it into an if statement. It's not an if statement.
What do you mean? Are both of these linked? Is the if statements... Explain the thing about the if statements, actually. That'd help settle something for me.
I'll say it slower. It's a law of nature. Gases spread out to fill the available volume. That is a law of nature. Not if gases spread out. They do. It's called entropy.
Sure. So why are they
right?
not?
But like, imagine.
Why am I being asked?
If you go 200 feet vertically, there's going to be less gas higher there above the Amazon rainforest than there is 200 kilometers away in the middle of a sandy desert. So it is not spreading out evenly, is it?
Sorry. So we're going in a distance
spreading out fairly evenly, lower stratified vertically.
Is your question finished and concluded now for me to answer it, or will it continue when I start talking? So we're going to measure this with respect to a planar flat Earth surface with a linear distance away from it in the horizontal and compare it to a perpendicular altitude measured from sea level. So to have this argument about how much entropy we will experience in a desert, we're going to describe being in an Amazon rainforest and the differential with a horizontal linear distance measurement that's only applicable to a flat Earth surface measured with respect to sea level. Same goes for altitude, but perpendicular to sea level for the altitude you asked me about. So again, notwithstanding that this discussion requires we all understand implicitly how Earth will and can only be measured flat for this question, to a YouTuber about entropic gas dispersion, measured with flat Earth prerequisites of distance and altitude. Just so we're clear, Earth is measured flat for this question to exist.
So that's the answer. Earth is measured flat for this question to exist, but not actually an answer.
Yes, that is correct. Earth is measured flat for you to ask a YouTuber who produces videos about the second law of thermodynamics and gas dispersing into available volumes. For you to ask me this question in a context with particular locations mapped and charted flat, you gave me a linear distance in the horizontal and a perpendicular altitude in the vertical. Yes, Earth is measured flat for your question. Do you understand? Do you understand that to ask this question, you must accept that Earth is measured flat to ask it?
If you're just a YouTuber, why should we trust you on your...
There's been a red herring. I thought that would get concluded. Hey, Craig.
Hello.
Don't have to do anything.
Being measured flat.
I'll answer you. You don't have to. I don't care if you accept prerequisites and laws of nature. I'm not the arbiter of the second law of thermodynamics or horizontal measurement of distance. I haven't measured any of those things. Do I care if you accept what I say while you interrupt me after asking if you should trust me, a YouTuber? No, if you trust a YouTuber in regards to an axiomatic parallel eye level or flat Earth distance measurement or linear perpendicular altitude, then you would be considered an idiot. Those are axioms and just me detailing how measurements are performed. In reality, I have no arbitration over any of these things. There's no need to trust me about how distance is measured. It is linear, regardless of what I say about it.
Can we get back?
Okay, well, hopefully somebody will come along. Hopefully somebody will come along that understands this stuff.
Google Pixel Fold.
We've got to accept your final conclusion that it's flat, but can we still answer the question of why do we think, because I don't think it is the pressure is caused by where the gas is produced. I think it is caused by there being a downward vector, right? That it trends towards, which means that pressure is highest at the bottom, and that explains why it's comparably high at 200-foot elevation in the desert as it is in the jungle. Even if the air is being produced in the jungle, the thing that's holding it down stratifies like that. And it seems like your entire answer to that fairly simple question was, in order to even ask this question, you've got to, the Earth's already got to be flat. So, and then it just seemed like that fell in place of answering the actual question about that completely debunks your claim about it's where the air is produced. Are you going to address that at some stage?
Shout out to Cleary11 says mechanism for pressure gradient on a dirt ball ? And shout out to JMelts24. I'm sorry, but these idiots are not worth talking to. Thank you both for your super chats. Yes, when you described a downward vector, down is a vector perpendicular to a flat plane. You can't have down without a plane of reference to describe down with. You ascribed this gradient that you're asking a YouTuber about to a downward vector. Okay, no, gas doesn't go down, but down itself is a perpendicular vector to a plane of reference. That's what down is. But there aren't any gases being poured in from the sky. Gases are produced at ground level. ground level being a flat description of the prerequisite surface level to be perpendicular to describe the altitude as they disperse away from where they're produced at ground level. That's how gases behave. They're not poured in from the sky. There's no gases being produced in the sky. They're produced at ground level and expand upwards. Downward vectors do still require a flat plane of reference to describe regardless. It's just not the case with gases that are spreading out from ground level.
I couldn't quite.
Hey, good morning, Nathan. If you're going to be doing a show today, I can go ahead and get that prepared for you. But I want to make sure that we're keeping the open format in this room in particular.
No, I like the format where I am in a completely neutral platform with no control over anything, and I have no mute button,
that's totally
excuses.
Fine. You can have that.
I'm okay,
but
thanks.
I need to
I'm
make
good.
sure that this room is separate.
I'm okay. Honest, I'm good. Happy being in the public bit where I have no unfair advantage when 30 people pile on me. I'm happy as I am. I don't need any privileges. I'm okay as I am. But thank you for the offer. I really appreciate it. Meanwhile, Earth's measured flat, so perpendicular to a plane of reference to describe altitude that the gas is spread out, and even if you infer that gases go down, go boom, boom, go splash, splash, you're still describing a downward vector perpendicular to a plane of reference. Earth's measured flat for everything we've discussed so far, just so we're all clear.
And is your claim about that just that because down exists, down is in reference to a plane, therefore flat Earth, therefore I don't need to answer the question about the gas pressures? Am I understanding your argument correctly?
No, I'm saying that the guy who asserted that there's a downward vector requires his, not my, downward vector be axiomatically perpendicular to a plane. That's what down is. It's not my claim. Somebody claimed that there's a downward vector for gases, like gases go down. No, they're produced at ground level and go up. Further to that explanation I've now given 3 times, you're suggesting that I haven't given an explanation, and in lieu of an explanation for the cycles of gases produced at ground level and spreading out with entropic dispersion, that's a pretty concise and complete explanation for what I've been asked that also ties into the flat Earth prerequisites that are now being interrupted by the guy that said I didn't answer the question, even though I'm now answering it for the 4th time, along with axiomatic flat Earth measuring principles that have been employed by the people that tell me gas goes down. I haven't done that. That's not my claim. But down is perpendicular to a plane. That's not a claim I'm making. That's an axiomatic fact. Did you understand what I said? It wasn't in lieu of an answer.
Yeah, no, it wasn't. I struggled through it, but like a plane can be in any orientation. Down is sort of in reference to.
Yeah, I heard you the first time.
I don't understand.
Yeah, I heard you the first time. Have you got anything else you want to add? I heard you the first 2 times.
Oh, I thought you were getting butthurt about getting interrupted.
Yeah, okay. Do you want to just mutter at me, or did you want to accuse me of not answering you again? Maybe mutter through the answer.
When there's no things producing air, if the pressure was being caused by the production of it, then you would have far higher pressure in the regions producing it.
That's right.
If it was being produced at such a low rate and something else was causing that stratification, then you would see that stratification regardless of where the air is being produced, and that's still on the table and just unrebutted. Just seems like you just go back to the word
Pretty
down.
Fascinating. What does this prove exactly?
That it's not that the stratification of air, the high pressure near the bottom, isn't due to where the air is produced because where you go to see where the air is produced, it isn't in higher or lower pressures in laterally dispersed locations.
Laterally dispersed as in dispersed with respect to a plane?
As in where it's being produced near like algae over the water or in jungles and stuff where there's lots of life, so lots of air is getting produced, versus over a great sandy desert, for example, where there's very low levels of life.
Waiting.
How does that make it a ball? I'm struggling to understand this. What his point is?
Oh, what you don't like is red herring.
Yeah, that's always been the same argument. Like it always drove me crazy. You're fighting against natural law, and in so doing, how does that prove it's a ball?
Doesn't prove anything. That's why in about 10 seconds from now I start yawning at him going, well, this is really interesting.
Yeah, that was the best part.
Stratification, man.
elongated question that's now being responded to by somebody that isn't me. I heard him all 3 times that he said
maybe some of them can answer it.
My bad. When I described the cyclical nature of gas dispersion produced at ground level by vegetation and organisms that produce gases, that wasn't sufficient for you. Meanwhile, Earth was definitely measured flat to describe this in any capacity, and that's really what I'm here for. But beyond that, fascinating dweeby stuff. Very, really interesting if you're a dweeb. Me, I'm not that interested in how gas disperses. Who cares? It's like doesn't really affect my life very much. I couldn't care less, in fact. But they do definitely need a flat Earth measurement and prerequisite that's going to get interrupted by this mumbly guy. While I point out how nobody's challenging the flat Earth prerequisites used to describe vectors downward or upward for dispersion. Regardless of anything they've said, the only measurements that are ascribable to anything we've detailed over the last 5 minutes were flat measurements of Earth's surface. Facts. Earth's measured flat.
I guess if that's the only thing you can talk about, then we just pack it up and go home.
Yeah, you can bugger off whenever you like, mate. You can bugger off now if you like. Nobody cares. Nobody knows who you are. Nobody knows who your name is. I'm responding to that guy. The guy that said we could pack it up and go home.
Please don't do
that guy just did. He just told me a prerogative.
This is the open room.
Yeah, open room, like open forum.
Agree with.
I got you, Riggs. The thing is, people beg me to come into an open room. And now we're here, you want to move me? I mean, that's up to you, but I've got to be honest, Riggs, people might pour a bit of scorn on you, given that I'm in an open forum, like a neutral platform. I just post 2 hours. I must be suggestion.
Better yet, you could book a show.
I haven't asked for it. I've ignored that. My answer the first time I was asked that was, why would you ask me? I'm a YouTuber. Did you not hear my first response?
Sure. Yeah, because I was having a discussion with that YouTuber about gas pressure, and I just thought you were right about to make a really good point.
Yeah, I made the point that the measurements of gas dispersion at altitude from sea level is a flat Earth prerequisite measurement, proving beyond all doubt that Earth is flat because that's how it's measured to have this discussion. I was then told, in spite of me describing entropic dispersion of gases produced at ground level, that I hadn't answered some question that was meaningless. I yawned and said it was kind of dweeby and I didn't really care for it. Meanwhile, all the measurements were flat. That's what I've actually done so far. Just to recap what's happened.
I'm so sorry I missed that. Yeah, so you've proven that the Earth's flat because the measurements themselves, in order to be taken, in order to discuss elevation, need to be vertical, which is in relation to a horizontal plane, which by default accepts the axiomatic reality that we live on a horizontal plane.
Yeah, or to put it another way, Earth is measured flat in all circumstances. In this particular circumstance, to describe dispersion of gases with respect to the plane of reference we call mean sea level, with altitude, that's a flat Earth prerequisite description of a measurement to describe that process. Yes, to summarise, Earth is just measured flat. That's right, Nathan from the past.
I thought that was a nice summary by whoever came in and said that. I don't know who it was, but yeah, I don't know if he was being derogatory.
No, he was just still manning the position so he could accept how it's being described to him. Now, he didn't then in any way challenge it or disagree with it because you can't. It's just summarised prerequisites. You know what I mean? What are you going to do? No, miles aren't flat. Okay, you can believe that if you want. Piss off. Go away. No, I want to argue with you. Why? You won't accept what a mile is. Well, it bends. Get lost. Go away. If you don't want to accept the linear distance value that we call miles, that we derive the values from in the vertical because it's fundamentally horizontal and linear, then get lost. Don't talk to me anymore. Same when people are like, no, I don't want to accept the same principle in the vertical. What altitude, what bends. No, you're giving a vertical linear distance in miles if you're going up from sea level. Doesn't matter which miles we're talking about. What about your own globe radial value? Do I want to go through this list each time somebody denies an axiom? If you can't accept an axiom, piss off. That's my attitude. I don't want to talk to you anymore. This isn't on me. I'm not incumbent to convince you of an axiom. If you'd reject it, I couldn't give a crap. You know what I mean? It's like, what's in this for me? You don't accept an axiom? Okay, I don't want to talk to you no more.
Well, this is the perfect example of how every time you bring it to a flat Earth and a measurement of flat Earth, they still want to argue. If this is not proof, then I don't know what it is.
Yeah, people want to argue because they've been trained to utilize flat Earth measurements as though they're acceptable to use as a globe measurement. It's ludicrous. Now, when you spot it, you're like, okay, now all I need is examples that I can pull from to show the ludicrous nature of what we used to go through. Now, we went through it in vitriolic debate. Well, now I can just go and find some random normie and just use his video. There you go. Here's how you measure Earth flat when you want to believe it's a ball. Dead easy. You all warmed up, Discord? Yeah, we can't wait, Nathan. We're so excited for your show. Oh, I'm pleased to hear it. Very flattered. Glad you're all joining us for this monumental occasion that is Flat Earth Debate. Oh, thank you, Eleanor, my little helper. You get nothing for your assistance. I've just got notes from today when you were doing your art class. I actually prepared a show. You wouldn't think it, eh? Tuesday is the one day I get an hour to myself, or it used to be. Now I just work in the hour. It's actually an hour and a half lesson, but I just work in it. We're going to be covering a video today. I'll tell you what it is when we get to the live stream starting. I can tell you're all super enthusiastic from the Discord server, given that I literally haven't heard a word from you and I've been talking directly to you for about the last 3 minutes. But that's fine.
Good morning.
Who is that? Was that Cafe? One of the only people I've said hello to so far. Hello again. At least you're responding.
Looking forward to the show.
Jolly good. We're going to cover flat Earth prerequisites used by ballers today. So I do actually have a show in mind.
Sounds great.
That should be very fruitful and constant.
Well, you'll appreciate the irony of where I've got it from, given that it's hypocritical, because I'm like, I don't want to cover ballers and what they're doing. And then I found this exception to the rule, as I do. Do as I say, not as I do. I think I even got timestamps gathered together for it. Let's just check if I'm correct. Or was that on the previous? Nah, it was just on the previous video.
Still bugs me out how we missed it all so many times for years. Especially that 8 inches per mile squared. What the freak, man? When you hear it now, it's like, I'm
going to, as a preamble, as we've got a couple of minutes before we go live, read my comment to the videographer that we're going to be covering. So I got this as a link through a link. So somebody sent it to me. I think it was Surf Daddy, saying, oh, this would be a nice video to cover. It's a normie using a sextant. Just, doing his thing with his sextant. And it's about 4 minutes long. Jolly good show. So I looked at it. I'm like, yeah, it's all right. It's got a lot of wind noise. Kind of bugged me with most of the explanations. In fact, that's why I got the timestamps. I'm like, I don't want to listen to this bit. It's got loads of wind noise all over it. And then I'm like, no, I don't want to listen to this bit either. It's got a diagrammatical example that's vertical to describe what you're taking from the plane of reference when he's verbally describing an angle measurement. But he's got this sideways ball on the picture. And you're like, ugh. So I'm like, why am I getting frustrated with this as I'm logging the timestamp? So I'm going to have a look at this guy's channel. So I have a look and immediately find a video that I'm like, oh, that's interesting. How 10 years ago? This video's only a couple of years old. This is interesting. Let's see what it is. I'll save it for when we go live.
Is this the same one where a guy uses the coffee in the coffee cup?
Yeah, exactly. That's the molasses example of reflecting off a surface that is settling flat. So yes, precisely. He's using an ornament that's probably not calibrated in any way, shape or form, so the notches that say which degree are kind of just slapped on there, if you know what I mean. So it's inaccurate. He gets out by 20 miles. Now, when he did it, I was like, he's going to be so off it's untrue. When he was only 20 miles off, I was like, wow, that's not bad for a freaking ornament. Come on.
Yeah.
If you were out at sea, he did say it later on in the videos, like, if I was out at sea, this would be good enough. And I'm like, yeah, you're damn right it would. 20 miles. You're like, pfft. And then he even said that what was going through my mind. I was like, if I was aiming for an island, and he was like, if you were trying to get to Hawaii, there's a good chance within that area you could see the thing and then just travel to it. And I'm like, exactly, mate. Well summarised. But I didn't like the video. Like I say, I put a load of timestamps, which I don't like doing. And it was excluding useful data on the basis that I didn't like his diagrams or didn't like the wind noise. I'm like, oh, that's, low quality crap. But then his next video, which happened to be a couple of years earlier, from now that is, I don't know when it was in relation to his sextant video, was about something that we covered, like Isle of Man, Styley, begging the question, proof of nothing, perspective, hijacking, earth scale calculations. But he lays out all the prerequisites really nicely. You'll see why I've picked it and why I'm smiling about it in the pre-show in a minute when we cover it.
How are you?
Good morning.
Very well indeed, Neil. How are you?
Tuesday.
Everything is roses.
It is Tuesday. That's correct. I normally don't like the weekday getting mentioned unless it's me suggesting that it's Friday. Woohoo! The weekend is here. But fine. Yes, it is indeed Tuesday. Well observed. What we're going to be covering today is a video. I've actually prepared a show. I can't actually remember in living memory when I've ever prepared a flat Earth debate show. This will be a first. So I've suggested that other people come to me with videos for us to react to cold. In this instance, I happened to click on a link while I was at my daughter's art class today and saw a video and started looking at it and hacking out bits in my mind with timestamps that I'd want to not respond to because they're terrible audio or terrible visuals. But after about, I don't know, the 5th or 6th timestamp of stuff that I didn't want to include in my video, I'm like, this has just become too poor a production to want to cover in my own show. So I'm like, what else has this got going on that's annoyed me enough to, now waste at least half an hour on this particular exercise? And then I found something that was quite useful, or at least I perceived it to be when I was reading or watching through it and thinking, I could actually turn this into a show because it demonstrates something that's now long forgotten but yet long established. And it reminded me of a term, it's just come to mind actually, that's used by a guy called Atomic Shrimp. Now, Atomic Shrimp is a guy that does scam baiting videos, along with a load of other household stuff and random stuff that he's interested in at any given moment. But alongside his general channel being a general channel, he's got these scam baiting videos. And when he's going through some of the responses to the people he's baiting to waste their time, he described something quite specific on one of the videos I was watching the other day, which was the term boilerplate. As soon as he said it, my eyes lit up because it took me to a time when my brother was a printer in the 90s, or maybe even in the late 80s, when I was a very small kid. He ran a printing press. He had a shop with a printing facility. I don't know why you'd call it as a printer, right? He had a press and lots of oil everywhere and computers and photocopiers and all the rest of it. You know what a printing shop looks like. Anyway, it took me to that time because as soon as you say the term boilerplate, if you know what that means, it means that in a context of a newspaper. So I had another friend, if you like, it was actually my father's friend, but a guy called Dave Evans who used to work for the Daily Mail in Birmingham, and he would produce the plates that would go onto the giant presses that would print off all the newspapers, and it was all done to a very tight schedule. But there were certain things that were recurring ads, and this is where we get the term boilerplate from, because once you've got something that's ingrained in terms of its historic significance won't change very much over time, so like a recurring advert would go onto these very heavy set plates so that they could be used again and again and again and again. And the printing industry would refer to these particular types of recurring ads, for the sake of argument, as boiler plates. That is to say, they're very heavy set iron plates that aren't going to change anytime soon. Now, that terminology turns into a way of describing something that's used over and over and over again. So when Atomic Shrimp's describing boilerplate script from a scammer, he's saying that it's terminology that's just used, print and copy over and over again so that it can be easily understood by anybody who's using it. In legal jargon, it's the terms and conditions under a standard contract. They're so familiar to most that they're basically stamped with an A4, that's a paper size for you guys in the States, sized stamp that you just stick on, and it just remains the same for a long time. And when I saw this video, what went through my mind is, it's just the boilerplate globe claimed measurements of a sphere Earth. And I phrase that carefully, because there aren't any measurements of a sphere Earth. There's only flat Earth measurements. That's how we measure Earth. So what I thought was, okay, although this is a lot more boilerplate, that's to say it's more generic than I've been asking people to provide me, because this same videographer, I don't know if this has come through on the live show and I've already said it in the pre-show, but either way I'll be repeating it if I have, was somebody who'd been sent to me so I could look at their use of a sextant, like an ornamental sextant that only cost $20 and wasn't particularly accurate, but got him within 20 miles of his location when he did the methodology of measuring an angle, minusing it from 90, you know, the usual sextant use video, but just with crap audio and crap visuals. Anyway, this guy's boilerplate exercise of trying to measure Earth's sphericity, again, I'll reiterate, you don't ever measure Earth's sphericity, you just measure Earth flat, led me to think, well, this is actually a very concise way of kind of retrospectively reliving, if that's the right terminology, the phase that we went through about 10 years ago when we were looking at things like the Isle of Man, and we're, although it wasn't named this at the time, looking at the begging the question, proof of nothing, perspective hijacking Earth curve calculations, without recognising their use of prerequisite R values that are derived from flat Earth measurements of elevation angles to produce minimums that can be derived with that same process, minusing from 90, timesing by 60, to give you a distance along a flat surface that you can extrapolate out into a radial value to then beg the question of a sphere Earth, and then use input values, all flat, distance, elevation, etc., to suggest that Earth has curvature. Now, back then, we didn't realise all of the prerequisite flat Earth values that were being pumped in were in and of themselves. Let's put that another way. It went without saying that those values were flat, linear measurements of our surface, surveyed, topographically accurate to the millimetre. We just used them and ignored how flat they proved Earth to be by prerequisite when we were using the begging the question, proof of nothing, perspective hijacking Earth curve calculator. In any event, to relive this is to assess the boilerplate rhetoric of a globe Earth proponent when they come to this particular arena. There are certain, let's call them preordained, pre-stamped boilerplate arguments that you'll hear time and time again, and that's what we're going to be covering here today. So that's as good as a preamble I can offer. Other than getting straight into the video, is anything anybody wants to add in this regard from the Discord server? I'd like to encourage the Discord server, and in vain. No? Fair enough. In that case, what I will do is just shout out the videographer himself, as he's, for a change, a smaller videographer than myself. This guy's called Skybug. He's only got a couple of thousand subscribers, but more power to him in terms of his videography success. I wish him all of it. But hopefully I'll dig out a link for it at some point and actually promote him via the live stream. So if you're watching this live, you'll probably see a link going by, unless my moderators beat me to it, to Skybug. So you can actually go and let him know. At Nathan Oakley 1980 sent me with a polite comment that doesn't immediately get eradicated by either the YouTube algorithmic censorship bots or indeed the videographer Skybug himself. So don't be passive-aggressive if you're one of the flatties addressing this fairly humble, seemingly innocuous guy. So he's not, as far as I know, an anti-glober, although he may have engaged in that rhetoric at some point, I'm sure, based on the videography that he's producing. Nevertheless, just wish him all the best. You may even want to subscribe to him if you're one of my bull-believing subscribers who's watching this and hearing me shout out this guy. Maybe you want to subscribe to him. Either way, regardless, friend or foe of me, please let this videographer know. At Nathan Oakley 1980 sent me with a polite comment that he won't immediately remove, or indeed will get immediately hacked out by YouTube because it's got foul language or whatever it is that you may do. But yeah, his name's Skybug, and the video is called Measuring the Earth - the Lighthouse Method. So that's the name of the video. Hopefully somebody will be able to dig that out. If not, I'll dig it out towards the end. Okay, let's get into it.
If I wanted to know the size of the Earth, I could jump on Wikipedia and have an answer in seconds. Or I could just Google it. And if I didn't want to go online, there are thousands of books which would tell me. But what if they're not telling the truth? You know, what if they're lying to us? So I'm going to find out for myself. In this video, I'm going to measure the size of the Earth, and to do that, I need to head for the coast. I'm going to measure the Earth by measuring its curvature, how tightly the surface bends. And to do that, I'm going to use these.
Okay, well, there's the first point of interjection then. How much do you want to bet he does not measure curvature? What odds do you think? Should make up some numbers just for comedic effect.
1,000,000 to 1.
You know the game. You've been to this casino before, sir. I may have to ask you to leave.
And one of those. I'm at Nash Point Lighthouse.
Okay, well, let's make it a different game, right? Well, let's imagine there's two columns, right? On this column, we're going to have flat Earth measurements. And in this column, we're going to have globe Earth measurements. So we'll say, let's make the awooga sound when we hear a globe Earth measurement, and we'll hear a ding ding when we get a globe Earth, a flat Earth measurement. So we'll hear awooga when we get a globe measurement, and ding ding ding. So you get points if you actually call out either. So let's see how we get on.
House on the south coast of Wales between Cardiff and Swansea. It was built in 1832 and has been protecting shipping in the Bristol Channel ever since. Well, I'm standing in direct sunlight, but already that light's on. It's late afternoon. Now what I'm going to do, I'm going to head to the far side of the Bristol Channel over there, across the water, and I'm heading for the North Devon town of Ilfracombe. It's 28 miles, or just over 40 kilometres away.
I will say, I'm not...
Ding, ding.
Oh, I got a ding, ding, ding already. Go ahead, Neil.
Miles.
Yeah, we've got a ding, ding, ding in the corner. He also said he's going north. Ding, ding, ding. Got 2 points. Who's going to keep tally? So let's hear some volunteers. I want somebody to keep track of the globe Earth proofs and somebody to keep track of the flat Earth measurements.
I'll keep the globe Earth ones.
You mentioned time.
Oh, was that a ding, ding, ding?
Yeah, we
mentioned time.
I was going to ding, ding right from the
afternoon.
beginning. He had a bunch of stuff right in the beginning, but I think let's get it more specific, because we can go time, we could go where it is. He said across or over, right?
Across and over are flat Earth prerequisites. You're absolutely right, Neil. Now, you're saying it in a derogatory tone like, man, should we be so anal and pedantic to say, over there? Well, I mean, that's a bit loose and fast. But when you're describing a direction, then yes, absolutely. That's azimuth, horizontal in degrees, north being the only absolute direction. You've got miles, and you had, what was the third one Adam just came up with? Distance, miles.
No, he said late afternoon, and you need a flat Earth to measure that.
Yeah,
time.
Absolutely. I was desperately thinking, should I interject to these? Will somebody else spot these? When he was describing the time of day, you know, he's giving a period that's been explicitly extracted from measuring the sun off a flat Earth. So yeah, he's extrapolating out quite a few different concepts that he relies upon to know where he is in the day, with conceptual descriptions derived from flat Earth measurements. There's a whole bunch of them so far, but we'll take time, north or direction, and distance. So far we've got 3, right? I'll keep track of the globe. I'll keep track of the flat Earth ones. Neil, you can keep track of the globe ones, okay?
Sounds good.
By the time I get there, it should be dark. And from there, I'm going to look back across the water at this light. And that's how I'm going to make my measurement. So how's this all going to work? Well, I've got a long drive ahead of me, so I'm going to explain on the way. Never actually seen a foghorn in my life. Never heard one either. I wonder what that sounds like when it's at full blast. Are they...
Sounds like awooga. It'll go off when you get a globe proof.
even used anymore in this day and age? Well, Ilfracombe might only be 28 miles away as the crow flies.
Ding, 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 ding.
That's for, what was it he said, Neil?
Crow flies.
He's 10 miles away, and as the crow flies.
What's that, like a straight, flat, linear distance? Yeah, it's Euclidean. They call it the straight line distance or actual distance when they're doing topographical, very expensive surveys for logistical reasons. Yeah, as the crow flies is the colloquial terminology for a flat Earth linear distance in miles or kilometres. That's right. That'll be 4.
A lot longer by road. Got to go right the way around the Bristol Channel. Google Maps is telling me 3 hours, so quite a bit of driving ahead of us. And by the time we get there, it should be evening, and hopefully that light will be on. The long drive will give me a good chance, though, to explain how this measurement is going to work. I won't do it now. I'm on quite narrow lanes, which are tricky, but...
I mean, you've already used quite a few derivative measurement-based concepts, though. You know, literally in the preamble. Now, obviously, he's using them and taking them for granted, but he's still using them. It's just facts. There's quite a few flat Earth prerequisites. We've already listed them off. Don't have to like it, but you think the measurement will start the minute you beg the question of sphericity. That's what, in his mind, well, the measurement starts when I start assuming Earth's a sphere. That's what he's saying.
Yep.
Like, what about all the distance that you're travelling around the Wrekin? Yeah? That's got terminology too. We might get there, we'll see.
Once I can relax a bit, I'll explain what this is all about.
Is that somebody from Discord wanting to add something? Feel free. Or is it just Mickey joining with his mic open? In any event, hello.
I'm halfway to Ilfracombe now, so probably time to explain how this measurement is going to work. I mentioned before that when I get to Ilfracombe, I'm going to look back across the water at the lighthouse. But the thing is, you can't actually see the light from Ilfracombe if you're standing down at sea level. But there's a hill in Ilfracombe, and if I stand...
Ding.
Oh, what was that, Neil? Did you hear something untoward?
Sea level.
Sea level? Well, like the measurement of the average when flat that we take for a master reference to describe all altitudes with, that sort of sea level. Yeah, that'll be 5. How many globe measurements have we had so far?
0.
The top of the hill, I should be able to see the light. I'll be high enough up to look over the curvature of the Earth.
Ding.
Oh, what was that, Neil? Number 6.
High enough over.
Oh, what, like a perpendicular altitude measurement surveyed to the millimetre accuracy with respect to that flat Earth master reference we called sea level a second ago? That one? That height of the hill?
Yep.
That's 6.
See the lighthouse. But what I'm then going to do is I'm going to work my way up the hill gradually until the light just about becomes visible. I'll then look at how high I am above sea level. I know how
Ding. Up, high, sea level.
Well, you can't count them twice, but what he's got is he's got the height of the hill, number 6, and now he's got his height from sea level. So he's going to measure his own exact altitude with respect to that master reference called sea level in perpendicular altitude. That's linear distance in the vertical. That's 7. So someone else spotted one? I heard someone else's voice. Really not?
The lighthouse is above sea level.
Up the hill.
Also know that...
Yeah, we've had that. So we've got his number 6 would be his altitude up the hill.
In 300 yards at the round.
Not his altitude up the hill. The hill's altitude. Number 7, his altitude up the hill, if I could say it.
About. Continue straight onto Quantock Road, A39.
I know the distance between us, and from those 3 values, I can plug them into a formula.
I'm going to rewind, okay?
Continue straight onto Quantock Road, A39.
I know the distance between us, and from those 3 values, I can plug them into a formula and work out the size of the Earth.
I didn't hear a ding.
Oh, I thought we're not repeating.
Play it one more time. No. There's a new one. Go on, whoever that was from Discord.
Satellite navigation.
One more time.
Satellite navigation.
That's one I didn't spot when I listened to it earlier.
I didn't hear that either.
That wasn't the one I was going for, though. So that's number 8, right? The satellite navigation is using Cartesian coordinates for the grid to give him the directionality. And you heard the sat-nav in the back. And now I heard the sat-nav, got very good audio, but I didn't think, oh, well, that's using a Cartesian grid for him to navigate his position with coordinate data. Yeah, it is, isn't it? Nice one, didn't catch that. But there's another one. It's very specific as well. But that's 8. Let's see if we can hear it. I'm going to play it one more time.
Onto Quantock Road, A39.
I know the distance between us, and from those 3 values, I can plug them into a formula and work out the size of the Earth.
No one's going to get it.
The 3 values?
Is it just distance?
Distance between the 2 points, specifically. Yeah? So now he's going to go and gather from prerequisite flat Earth linear distance values that have been measured, surveyed, mapped, charted, and are scaled on a map that he'll reference because he knows the distance between where he's going and the lighthouse. That's his linear distance value that he's got for his distance to the point of observation. Like a value that you'd plug into a calculation that he's just detailed. That's the distance between him and the observation point, from observer to observed. Yeah? That's 9.
Anyway, more on that later. Well, I'm here in Ilfracombe at last. It was quite a drive and it's gone dark, as you can see. But anyway, now we're set to try and make our measurement. Look over towards that lighthouse. One thing I need to do first, though, is to calibrate my altimeter. My phone's got a pretty accurate altimeter in, but it does need to be calibrated down at sea level. So I'm going to walk down the steps and get just above the surface of the water and set the 0 reading. Then, if you look behind me...
I didn't hear anything.
You talk about altimeter, surface, behind...
The height of the hill and his height, yeah, he's going to acquire by calibrating the tool to sea level. So his calibration...
Yeah, well, he has to have that level.
Well, it's just his calibration methodology. We've already accounted for him utilising the surveyed height of the hill from sea level by whoever's giving that measurement. It might be Google Earth, it might be the Ordnance Survey. It doesn't really matter. It's just one of his prerequisites that he's utilised thus far. Now, he has already said at number 7, my altitude. But in order to acquire his altitude, he needs another data point. Well, he needs to cross-reference his altimeter with sea level. That's 10. Oh, just so we're keeping track. How many globe measurements have we had so far? 0? Bummer.
That little hill with a church on the top. We're going to head up there and see if we can spot the lighthouse.
Now again, you could be pedantic and say, look, anal is going up. That's a description perpendicular to a plane of reference to have an up as an orientation. But we won't count that one. I mean, there's several that we've whistled past that, would be a little pedantic to include. But strictly speaking...
because we counted them earlier, so we can't count them again.
So I descended the steps from the harbour wall to the shore and zeroed my altimeter. Then I walked to the top of the hill with a church on it. I realised that the church is no longer a church, but is now a lighthouse itself.
Nah, that's probably a hippie with a Zippo trying to get a joint lit.
Ding, 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 the guitar sound.
The guitar sound? Oh, he's not using that as evidence, although to describe sound in general, you're absolutely correct. It needs a plane of reference to it to do it, but I wouldn't necessarily include that one.
And to build a guitar, you're measuring how?
He's playing it. He's just not using it for this evidence, so I'm not going to include that one. But sound, you're absolutely right. There's a prerequisite flat plane to describe it.
Once at the top, I could look across the water to Nash Point. Okay, well, I'm at the top of the hill now, and I've just been looking over across the water, and I can see
Across?
Got that already.
Yeah, I was going to say, if we already had that.
Across the water.
Yeah, we had that like number 1 or 2. What are we at now? 9.
A flashing light.
10. We got
now
10,
we're ready
but
to make the
he's
actual
going to keep using the same things over and over, so we got to catch new ones.
Okay.
measurement. We can see the lighthouse from the top of the hill now, and I've just been looking over across the water, and I can see a flashing light. So now we're ready to make the actual measurement. We can see the lighthouse from the top of this hill. I'm now going to gradually work my way down the hill until I see that light disappear. Then I'm going to use my phone's altimeter.
And I'm going to say something that I also say in my book, right? So when I go through this, I think it's in the chapter called Earth Curve, I make it explicitly clear that what I'm about to say, both in the book and now, is not incumbent upon me to do. That is to say, my understanding of what's about to happen has no necessity for me to justify or describe or verbalise, right? I'm not making this as a positive claim. Now, as a consequence of not realising when the burden of proof is flipped upon me, or was 10 years ago when in debate about exactly these sorts of things, lighthouses and distances, right? Prerequisite flat earth measurements of distances that we're already covering and counting them up, so far I'm running out of fingers. Nevertheless, right, when we were doing this, we're relying on our understanding of how we will input these values into the calculation. I've forgotten where I was going with this now. I forgot what I was going to point out. What did he just say? Let's cover
something about your book.
Oh, yeah, right. It's not incumbent on me to do this. Yes, well remembered, Neil. And that's to say, what he's doing is he's looking across the plane of reference at sea level that's measured. Right, this goes without saying. But to describe what's happening as he decreases in altitude, another flat Earth prerequisite measurement perpendicular to sea level to be decreasing in a value linear and perpendicular to a plane, he will simultaneously reduce the angle that he can view that target with. That's where we get the terminology in the now titled, begging the question, proof of nothing, perspective hijacking Earth curve calculation. As you limit the angle with respect to the plane of reference you're looking over in this regard, you simultaneously lower the angular resolution limit of, in this instance, either his eyeball or the camera he's viewing this target with. Now, you can increase that Rayleigh criterion limitation by increasing the aperture of the lens through which you are viewing the target with. But this is a function of perspective. I'll reiterate, I don't now give a crap about this. This is useless information because what use is the horizon for me in this regard when he describes 10 flat Earth prerequisite measurements to suggest that he's going to run this value through a calculation that shows you and the target simultaneously, excluding perspective. Hashtag shit shrinks. Yeah? My question would be, well, why, this is 10 years ago, why isn't it the same value as the diagrammatically exampled lighthouse that's very large, given the distance away from it in your diagram with an Earth curve that accepts flat Earth values inputted into it, would be what I say now, negating the necessity to have this discussion. But the fact is, in the calculation, you see the side of your own head, ignoring angular resolution limits, and in this specific instance, the visual acuity reduction based on the limitation of the angle with respect to the deck. That's what forms the horizon where he's viewing this light, and he's limiting his angle as he reduces his angle with respect to the planar surface he's looking over. I'll say it third time. Not that this is in any way my responsibility to explain. This is not my claim. The fact that I know is almost me fart sniffing to explain it. Because why do I care? I don't have a claim that's dependent on this nonsense. So who cares what the functionality of perspective and the Rayleigh criterion is? He's claiming when utilising flat Earth measurements of distance, where he, when limiting his angle, suggests the Earth curve gets in the way, when he ignores that hashtag shit shrinks. And he's applying orthographic mathematics to flat Earth measurements.
See the lighthouse from the top of this hill. I'm now going to gradually work my way down the hill until I see that light disappear. Then I'm going to use my phone's altimeter to see my altitude above sea level. So let's head on down there.
So he's now summarising all of the flat Earth prerequisites that we've listed off. So I'm just going to use my flat Earth measurement from sea level that are calibrated with sea level. And even though I'm not at the same point, I'm further away from it in the horizontal that's been measured to the millimetre accuracy. I'm going to drop in flat Earth prerequisite, altimeter measured and calibrated with sea level, altitude from sea level with a common reference. And when I get down there, we're going to see if the light disappears in the distance. Sorry, did anybody count off any globe actual measurements at this point, or is it just the 10 flat Earth prerequisites that we've had so far?
It's just a 10. We're on 0 globe. But notice how casual they just keep using the flat Earth measurements.
Yeah, like it goes without saying, Neil. Goes without saying. Well, yeah, it's the as the crow flies straight line distance measured and surveyed Euclidean. Yeah, it goes without saying. You know that miles are just linear, Nathan, end quote guy on panel last week. Yeah, I do. I know that Earth's measured flat in linear miles. That's how we measure it. You're using them all the time, then whistling past them, because so far, just the flat Earth measurements. He's not measured anything, you notice. Yeah, it seems like it's all good to just go and get the flat Earth linear mile measurements because you're going to use them when you say you're measuring curve. No, you're using already measured to the millimetre accuracy in linear distances the maps that you've been used with linear scales. That's what you've got these values from, sir. So in case it wasn't clear, you have actually used other people's measurements to assert this shite that you haven't measured.
So I worked my way down the hill. I had to go right to the bottom and climb over the wall and out onto the rocks until eventually the light disappeared. Okay, I've worked my way down this quite dicey set of rocks and steps to the point where the light is just starting to disappear below the waves. If I look at the light, sometimes I see it.
Do we have below already? Have we had below?
I don't think so.
I don't think so, but we'll keep it at 10 because there's like a couple that kind of overlap each other. If there was a Venn diagram of descriptions of over there or below, and you know those kind of vague generalizations that we have colloquially used to give us a directionality. Ultimately, we've counted at least once, probably twice, some of these, and there's maybe half a dozen in total. But we'll keep it at 10, I would say. Unless
and then
there's another
sometimes
one.
I don't, as the waves bob up and down. So I think it's time
Bob?
to take my measurement. So I'm going to get my phone altimeter out and see.
Just get your flat Earth calibrated altitude perpendicular to sea level measurement out from your phone. Gotcha.
What my height is.
Height, what perpendicular to the master reference we call sea level. Cross-reference with all these different points that are also cross-referenced to sea level. And sea level itself being a flat Earth measurement averaged. Wow, there's quite a few flat Earth things that you've got to do. When do we get to the ball measurement exactly?
And the altimeter reading
is a flat Earth measurement.
Will this focus? I left autofocus turned off, so no,
I don't think you needed to go to voiceover, my friend. You just need to say the number.
It won't. Anyway, it's 16 feet. I couldn't calibrate it in meters, but that's an easy conversion. Okay, so now we've gathered our measurements. My height.
So what was it we're seeing here? A perfect timing for what I've just described
16 feet.
earlier.
I couldn't calibrate it in meters.
I'll pause it at the point, then I'll go on camera to describe it and cut between the two.
Okay.
Oh, what do we have here? Would it be, by chance, the orthographic representation of seeing what we call Muppet vision, like you're seeing a puppet that you're holding in the side of its head when you're presenting that it's you? No, we don't get to see ourselves and the target simultaneously. That is not how our eyeballs work. We don't get to detach our eyeballs and throw them 1,000 miles away side profile. That's not how we see things. No, we see with angular resolution limits based on what we actually see. We never get to see the side of our own head. But what do we have here? Oh, well, if it isn't the side of our own head and the target simultaneously in the same diagram, it's almost like we've been here before when we described this as the begging the question proof of nothing perspective hijacking Earth curve calculation that accepts flat Earth linear distances and altitudes perpendicular to sea level as values that are ascribable to this shite. No, we don't see the side of our own head. This is never the view that you get. The only reason it's being used mathematically in this context is to exclude the perspective it's hijacking when you limit the angle by decreasing in flat Earth measurements from sea level. Go ahead.
I was wondering why he's not using the first image we seen, the proper way. He was looking at the lighthouse. It's weird to me.
Oh, you mean when we could see it through the camera view?
Yes. Why did we go to this view?
Yeah, that's a good point. I've got it up on screen now. Where in this image do we see the rock we're standing on the side of our own head? We don't. It's a way of hijacking perspective and calling it Earth curve. But meanwhile, like I say, that's what we used to argue about. The game was stacked against us so that we could automatically assume the radius value also derived from flat Earth prerequisite measurements that creates this ball in an orthographic mathematic calculation that accepts the flat Earth measurements that we detailed earlier and counted on 2 hands. You need the flat Earth measurements to create the radial value to create the ball so that it can accept flat Earth measurements be inputted when you exclude perspective and hijack it to call it Earth curve. When decreasing in an altitude measured from surface level in this instance, he's utilizing this view in the calculation. This is not, I repeat, not a measurement. Now, I'm not going to call the man a liar. I'm just going to call him stupid. That's to say this is accountable with ignorance. Ignorant of what a calculation versus what a measurement is. A measurement would be the actual distance between the 2 points, the value that he's reliant upon and did not measure. That's the only thing that has been measured, other than his calibrated from sea level altitude perpendicular to sea level, which you must accept is perpendicular because he moved in the horizontal when he moved away from the sea he calibrated it with. Ergo, axiomatically, it's required to be perpendicular to the same plane of reference that he calibrated his tool with. So the only measurement he has actually made is a perpendicular altitude measurement calibrated at sea level. That is all he has actually measured. No distance was measured. He relied upon those from the surveys who have topographical deviations referenced to the millimetre accuracy, also perpendicular altitude deviations from the linear as it is straight line as the crow flies measurement of surface level when we describe miles between these 2 points he's reliant on. The actual measurements of Earth in all circumstances in this example are flat and can only be flat. Meanwhile, he's now I'm not going to call him a liar, but through ignorance assert that a begging the question proof of nothing perspective hijacking Earth curve calculation in an orthographic view where you see the side of your own head is him measuring Earth. No, fart sniffer, this is definitely not you measuring Earth. How dare you be so bold as to use the flat Earth linear distance miles that are absolutely an affirmation of how flat Earth has been measured to suggest this garbage where we see the side of our own frickin' head. What an outrage.
Okay, so now we've gathered our measurements.
Sorry, your flat Earth measurements that you relied upon from the maps. This is not a measurement. This is you plugging values that are measurements and linear of distance and height into your calculations that see your own head inside profile.
My height above sea level was 5 meters.
That's a flat Earth measurement.
The height of the lighthouse varies with the tide, and when I took the measurement, it was 65.5 meters above sea level.
Above sea level, which is a flat Earth measurement perpendicular for altitude.
So now it's time to do some calculations.
All right, do some calculations. So now that we've got all the flat Earth measurements from sea level, perpendicular altitude measurements, calibrated to surface level, sea level measurements from your phone, and measurements of a hill that you've got also from the topographical surveys for its height, and your height on the hill that you measured with a calibrated 0 point perpendicular in the altitude vertical vector also. You're going to now do your calculations to suggest sphericity. No, you'll be violating the linear distance that you've utilised from your map, sir, that you didn't measure. No, you can't do this. This violates the baseline that you're using for perpendicularity to ascribe height to it. In no way, shape or form is this calculation any value when it comes to the reality of what we see, with angular resolution limits being what control how your eyeball works, not orthographic representations that exclude perspective and use flat Earth measurements.
Let's start with a simple formula for working out a distance to the horizon from a given height.
Sorry, I thought you were going to measure it. So now we're utilising formula that use flat Earth height. I see. I wonder if this formula will be utilising a linear radial value for a sphere Earth that's already been measured with angles to give you a radial value? Well, let's see.
The formula is distance equals 2 times the radius of the Earth
Oh, I see. So we've already got a radius of Earth. Yeah, that's measured flat for that too. Yeah, the minimum elevation angle measurement of Polaris, giving you an equatorial value that you can utilize the radius, that's the area of equal elevation derivation, for that circumferential value you call the equator. That's your use of flat Earth angle measurement prerequisite measurements to give you this value that you definitely didn't measure, sir. So what this is actually... Well, it's an elaborate begging the question fallacy. This man's not measuring Earth and its curvature. He's assuming Earth has curvature by calculating drop with flat Earth prerequisite measurements of distance and flat Earth prerequisite measurements of altitude, when assuming sphericity with an R value that's also derived from measuring Earth flat for altitude angles with Polaris.
The height plus the height squared, all square rooted. But this
So you need R. Yeah, R comes from a flat Earth measurement.
Ignores refraction. The light from the light...
Refraction, in your case terrestrial refraction, also relies on the flat Earth measurement of a radial value at 7/6 of said radial value. That's what you think terrestrial refraction is. Well, then you'll need R, measured off a flat Earth. See how it's very difficult to reify your incorrect, ignorant assertion that believes in the idea of seeing your own head when excluding perspective and utilising several flat Earth prerequisite measurements that you've utilised off the back of other people who've actually been paid to measure something. You, sir, haven't measured a damn thing. You're definitely not measuring Earth curve. But you are definitely utilising a begging the question fallacy to use a radial value that's already been measured for you off a flat Earth with elevation angles.
Lighthouse to the observer is bent around slightly by the atmosphere, which means it can...
No, you don't have begging the question proof of nothing perspective hijacking Earth curve calculations with oxymoronic sphere-shaped atmo, that's air, sphere. No, you have a 7/6 of a radial value, not anything to do with, even in your begging the question, nonsensical oxymoronic sphere-shaped air assumption. It's just 7/6 of a radius value or any derivative thereof. That's why in your diagrammatical example, you've got this curve that you've already extrapolated with a radial value when you see the side of your own head. Now, his photography, just to reiterate, did not take place with him looking at him as a little stick man standing on the side of the hill. We never got that view, which excludes perspective. But we do have a sphere automatically being assumed with a curved radii and things massively out of scale. That's where you derive this bending light from. It's based on radius. It's called terrestrial refraction and has nothing to do with atmosphere, oxymoronic sphere-shaped air. No, it's just 7/6 of the radial value or any derivation thereof, which requires you measure a radial value on a flat Earth.
Travel a bit further. A rough rule of thumb is that it goes 8% further, though this can...
Do we use rules of thumb when we're measuring? Neil, you know when you've got your tape measure out when you're doing your flooring, did you use the tape measure or a rule of thumb to guesstimate?
No, I use a tape measure.
You don't know what measuring is, sir. You're just bullshitting. You're using side profile views of sphericity that derive themselves from radial values, measured off a flat Earth, using flat Earth linear measurements of distance, using flat Earth measurements of altitude. You also require, in your begging the question proof of nothing perspective hijacking Earth curve calculator, eye level be parallel with surface level. Now, you don't seem to have that diagrammatically exampled in this garbage you seem to have shit out.
Can vary a lot with conditions.
Conditions have nothing to do with it. 7/6 of a radial value in standard form. When you're using rules of thumb, end quote you, then the rule of thumb would be 7/6 of a radius. You'll need a radius. It doesn't vary with anything atmospheric. It's not based on atmosphere. It's based on 7/6 of a radius value. You need radius. No measurements will be taken or needed for you to alter with a sliding scale this automatic assumption derived from a radius. Stop talking crap. You don't obviously understand what you're talking about. You think the sliding scale in Earth curve maths that alters 7/6 or derivative values of radius value has something to do with what's going on when you look with your eyeballs? No. Your diagrammatical example showed you this side of your own head and you think what goes through your eyeballs is somehow affected by this. Obviously just ignorant. I won't call him a bullshitter. Just stupid. No, we're not taking into account what comes into our eyeballs through the air when you look at the side of your own head and use flat Earth measurements of distance.
So here's our adjusted formula for the horizon distance. Now, let's assume the books are telling us the truth about the Earth's size and that its radius is 6,371,000 metres.
So when you say you're going to measure stuff, you mean let's just assume the value that you said you were not doing in the first frames of your video. We could just go to Wiki. You did, you dumbass. That's exactly what you've just done. Let's just assume Earth has a radius value, and here it is in Wiki. I thought you were trying to sniff your own farts by suggesting that you'd gone out and done this on your own. No, you haven't. What you've done is the boilerplate standard issue garbage handed to you on Wikipedia. That's what you've done. Use something that is so common that we've given it a nickname. The begging the question proof of nothing perspective hijacking Earth curve calculator and its derivative flat Earth measurement of radial value. That's boilerplate. Not you going out and doing anything, Dumbo. You thought you got the radius value, did you? Did you think you measured the distance, did you? The only thing you did was calibrate a tool to the sea level and then assume perpendicularity when you went up a hill that wasn't directly over the point you calibrated your tool with. So you required flat Earth measurements in every shape and form. And all you did in contradiction to what you suggested at the beginning of your video, that you wouldn't just go to Wiki? What, for the frickin' radius that you're assuming, dum-dum? Yeah, you will. That's exactly what you do with your boilerplate useless garbage.
Using this, we get a distance from the lighthouse to the sea surface of 31,200 metres.
That's a linear distance. That's 11. I'm going to count it, because he's got it in an orthographic representation. The distance that you're asserting to the geometric horizon is a flat linear distance. That's how values are comparable to the flat scales that are measured with Earth and its surface. If you're going to take this value and compare it to where you suggest, an orthographic view that is not what you see with your eyes suggests the distance to the lighthouse should be, then that distance that you suggest it should be is and can only be linear. That's what these meter values are. So that counts as number 11, because now you've got a different distance that's ascribed in an orthographic representation. Flat. 11 so far.
And
just so we're fair and we keep track of the ball ones, we don't want to miss any. How many ball measurements have we had so far?
0.
0?
The own distance to that point is 8,620 metres.
Why are these lines straight? Is it just me, or is it even prevalent in his own diagrammatical examples of these linear distance values? Your distances are linear, mate. Yeah, like meters are. If you don't have bendy meters, you can't use radial values from bent meters, can you? Obviously not. They've got to be straight. We all understand that. It goes without saying that these are flat Earth measurements. Like you've diagrammatically superimposed them on your crap diagram that didn't have an eye level to derive the dip angle measurement in an orthographic view from? Why do I know more about your maths than you do when you're suggesting that this is you fart sniffer, telling people how you've measured Earth? No, you're just wiki parroting what a radius is that you definitely didn't measure. I doubt highly that you'd even know where that radial value was derived. But you do seem to understand how linear distances are, because you've just diagrammatically exampled them linear. It's because they are.
So, a total distance of 39,820 metres.
Flat meters, yeah, flat Earth measurements in meters, yeah. Like diagrammatically exampled, because that's what meters are.
But
11.
We know that the actual distance between the two places is...
Sorry, what? We know what the actual distance is? Yeah, this is a term that I got recently put in front of me from somebody who was suggesting that geodesics would give us the answers when it came to actual distance. It's a term that people use when they are being paid to survey Earth, and it is the Euclidean straight line actual distance that this man would be referring to, linear in its value. So if I describe these things from things like ArcGIS, when they describe distance very specifically, when qualifying the relationships between network distance and straight line distance for applications in spatial bias corrections, they would say things like straight line distance can be altered when a barrier is present. Another way a straight line distance can be altered is when incorporating the actual distance encountered when accounting for the ups and downs in the flat surface. Straight line Euclidean distance is the distance that typically comes to mind when you think of a distance analysis, like ArcGIS perform. It is the shortest distance between 2 points. Straight line distance is the distance that you measure with a ruler on a paper map. Straight line distance does not account for the surface between the 2 points. It is the distance a bird or aeroplane would travel between 2 points when flying above the surface. So straight line actual distance is very much an understood and utilised topographical terminology when detailing flat earth linear measurements of the surface in miles. They are the surface level actual distance that this man has just appealed to when he says, quote, "We know the actual distance." Go ahead, whoever is that, and then I'll play it again. Someone in G+ had their mic open. Clearly not.
Yeah, it's open as soon as I start my call. I don't know what's going on there. Sorry.
So a total distance of 39,820 meters. But we know that the actual distance between the two places is 44,600 meters.
Yeah, we know that because Earth's been measured flat with that linear distance that you already know. I mean, is it just me, or do I feel like I've been missold on this entire video where he suggests he's going to go out and measure something, and he's now appealing to Wiki for radius and knowing the actual distance measured by real men who don't sniff their own farts and lie to people about measuring things that they're not. Now, you've only measured altitude with a tool that you didn't create, and it was linear in the vertical with respect to a plane of reference called sea level. That's what you've done. That's the only measurement. This measurement was measured by real men, and it's linear and flat and absolutely required to be so. You're the one appealing to it, while you delude yourself that you're measuring some curve with this flat mile distance and meter distance.
So my own distance calculation is 11% shorter than the actual distance.
So what, the actual measured distance that's flat?
Okay, so it's a couple of days after I shot that video. My original plan was to get a pen and paper and do the calculations on the spot.
Sorry, I thought at the beginning of this video you told us that your original decision was to go out and measure Earth curve. No, What you did was measure a flat Earth 11 times. That's what you actually did. Utilise flat Earth prerequisites almost a dozen times.
I'm actually keeping track of the globe Earth measurements, and I have 0. Now he's turning it to a calculation.
Oh, so before a single globe measurement's taken and 11 flat Earth prerequisites are utilised in the acquisition of this value you scribble down, and the values given to you by real men who actually measured Earth in a linear distance, you're going to now tell me that you're going to move on to the calculations? Are we going to just go to Wiki for the radius, or are you going to measure that? Are you just going to go to Wiki for that, exactly as you said you wouldn't do? Wow, this is very disappointing. It's almost like we've been doing it for 10 years. And this relies fundamentally on nobody noticing how flat your actual measurements are.
But by the time I shot that last part of the video where I was sitting out on those rocks, it was close to midnight, and I had a 3-hour drive ahead of me to get home, so I just wanted to jump in the car and be home.
Anybody going to catch that last one, that 12th one? 12th?
I didn't hear it.
Shot that last part of the video where I was sitting out on those rocks. It was close to midnight.
Midnight?
Midnight.
Time?
The time?
Well, midnight specifically is a convention derived from the average. Now, we have had time already, but would we count midnight? Should we keep it at 11? We've already had time, I suppose. It's another one where...
Since he's given us none, I don't feel wrong to make it 12.
Yeah, why not? I mean, we have had several other things that have been doubled up and we haven't counted them, so it's fast and loose. It's not like these rules mean anything. There's a dozen flat Earth prerequisites that have been utilised, some more than once.
And I had a 3-hour drive ahead of me to get home, so I just wanted to jump in the car and be home. So anyway, the final conclusion there was that there was an 11% discrepancy in the distance I calculated to the lighthouse.
The flat distance you calculated. Yeah, gotcha.
Versus the actual distance we know.
Gotcha. So there's a difference between the flat distance calculation that you acquired towards the end of this process with all your flat Earth prerequisites in tow and the actual burly manly man measurement, also linear and flat. Gotcha.
To be true, which would suggest that the Earth is a bit bigger than they're telling us.
Would it? So based on the actual measurements of a flat linear distance, you think that you've extrapolated a discrepancy with the ball Earth when utilising an already in existence, begging the question, proof of nothing perspective hijacking Earth curve calculator and its flat Earth measurement prerequisite R value? That's what you extracted from that, did you, you fart sniffer? Au contraire.
But the discrepancy is bigger than it might seem. The size of the Earth is related to the square of the distance. So this 11%...
Like the square of the distance? So we need
ding, 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 ding.
Are we going to be squaring values in distance terminology now? Go ahead. Or was that it?
Yeah, the area will be from flat measurements. The Earth's measured flat with area measurements.
Right.
The Earth's flat.
I can confidently count that as 12.
Discrepancy becomes a 23% discrepancy.
23% discrepancy, eh? Really?
Of the size of the Earth.
No, you derive these values by calculating based on radius, you dumbass. The radius would be the only value to assert how big Earth is, and you've already assumed it in your value that you're calculating with. My God, are you really this stupid? If I assume Earth's a sphere and I give it a preordained radius value, then I can take this preordained, beg the question of sphericity derived from a flat Earth measurement radial value and show how when I go out and calculate things with flat Earth measurement distances that are linear, how the discrepancy of the Earth that's already got a value in radius form varies. You have absolutely no idea what you're babbling about, do you, sir? Clearly. You know why? Because you've taken the stamped boilerplate rhetoric and think that this makes you somehow an intellectual when you use that which was stamped about 200 years ago into existence when they hijacked distance to the offing measurements and called them Earth curve calculations. It's about 200 years this has been stamped on a boilerplate for you to regurgitate after memorizing. That's all you're doing, though. You're regurgitating the most crude, basic boilerplate globe garbage that exists. But in your mind, you're an intellectual discrepancy finder. You're not.
So does that mean the books are wrong?
No, it means you've utilised the prerequisite R value and you seem to think that you're somehow going to deviate from that value you've already utilised. Yeah, it's kind of sad. It's just ignorance. You're just stupid. And that's the only reality that we can describe here.
Isn't that the Earth really is 23% bigger?
Bigger than the radial value that you're already based these calculations on, you say, sir? We'd need to know where we got that radial value from. And I think that's where we should really ponder for a moment. Where do we get radius for this man to suggest this deviation from his boilerplate rhetoric? Well, we get it by measuring Earth flat with elevation angles to the Sun and Polaris. We utilise the vernal equinox to give us this average that corresponds with a minimum elevation angle of Polaris to form a system of longitude and latitude measured and depicted with angle measurements with respect to a plane in a degree format called coordinates. So we've got quite a few flat Earth prerequisite elevation angle measurements forming radial values for you to suggest that you're deviating at a 23% rate from that already in existence gathered from Wikipedia value that you spat out from the boilerplate. How intellectually marvellous of you.
Well, I don't think so.
No, I don't either, sir. I think you're just a fart sniffer.
Problem with the method here is...
No, there is no problem with any method. It's the boilerplate standard fare method that you just ballsed up when you took a flat Earth prerequisite linear distance and compared it to a different, actually measured, real value, surveyed to the millimetre accuracy, flat and linear value in metres. That's all you've actually done.
Is that it's not completely accurate.
Now, I'm pretty sure that people's lives and quite expensive surveys depend on them getting values that are absolutely 100% accurate. Like the GIS survey that I just detailed, where they're being paid quite a considerable sum to assess the differential values when mapping the topographical terrain differences from the linear mile or kilometre measurements in grids. So they can assess the distances between, I don't know, ranger stations, air ambulance flights, electrical substation points. These are all paid for in terms of their use, as you have also used, of the accurate as it is straight line distance for values that you've hijacked. One of them was radius. That is also a straight line distance. Linear. In miles at 39.59 after converting to statute the accurate measured minimum angle to Polaris off a flat plane. That's how you have come to this conclusion. Now you wax lyrical about your own fart sniffing endeavours and how, oh, well, it doesn't necessarily mean how accurate my measurement. You haven't done any.
First, there's my altimeter on my phone. It's
your flat Earth altimeter, right.
fairly accurate, but it's not
fairly accurate when it measured perpendicular to a plane. Gotcha.
Perfect. It gave my height above sea level as 5.
Yeah, it did, didn't it? Gave you your height above sea level. That's right, yeah. It gave you your accurate perpendicular measurement with respect to a plane. The only measurement that you took was perpendicular to a plane from sea level in the vertical. That's it. That's the only measurement that you took. Now, everything else was already measured for you, including your begging the question radial value to apply to a proof of nothing perspective hijacking Earth curve calculator.
5 meters, but it could have been out by a meter or two.
What, perpendicular to a plane?
But I think the biggest variable in this equation is the refraction of the light.
You think the biggest variation is the 7/6 of a radius value derivation of terrestrial refraction that you've got no control over? No, that's also based on a radial value. You obviously seem to be utilising a different type of refraction that doesn't apply to your begging the question proof of nothing perspective hijacking Earth curve mathematics at a rate of 7/6 of a radius in standard form. It's called terrestrial refraction. Some people call it standard refraction when they describe it at 7/6 of a radius. And if it alters, it's nothing to do with the day when you're seeing the side of your own head in an orthographic representation that's mathematical only. That has no atmosphere. Atmosphere is an oxymoron. Air doesn't take the shape of a sphere. It takes the shape of its containment. But that, notwithstanding that air doesn't take a sphere shape, we still have the fact that you're utilising flat Earth prerequisite measurements from sea level that then get converted into a radial value for you to utilise 7/6 in a standard format of the radial value that was measured flat also.
The light from the lighthouse bends over the surface of the sea. The rule of thumb is that the light can go 8% further.
Your value is based on terrestrial refraction. It's derived from R. Same one you got from Wikipedia when you said that wasn't what you would be doing. Just lying to your audience.
This can vary a lot with weather conditions.
No, it doesn't vary with weather conditions. You just don't understand your own rhetoric. Your terrestrial refraction that's derived from a radial value that we measured off a flat Earth varies on a sliding scale. In standard format, it's 7/6 of the radius value. That's what you have to work with. It has absolutely nothing to do with the surface of Earth and what you see with respect to it. Now, if you infer, as Andrew Thomas Young did, that you're deriving 7/6 of a radius value by inference only, not by measurement, from other refracted values, then the other refraction that's measured is also measured with respect to a plane. Actual refraction, that's looming, stooping, the effects that we can measure in reality are detailed and measured with respect to a plane also. That's actual refraction as opposed to this, when you draw an orthographic view and bend a line. Sorry, do you ever see a line of sight? Like, do you ever stand side on to a curved line of... No, you don't. It's ludicrous. You think you can see the side of the vision that you're looking at. Nobody ever gets to see the side profile of a light bending. That's utterly ludicrous. But that mathematics is specifically and explicitly detailed as terrestrial refraction. It's got nothing to do with what you're now ascribing it with, though. Now, again, I can't call you a liar. Bullshitter, maybe, because you don't know that you're ignorant. That's Dunning-Kruger. But you are ignorant. This has nothing to do with any values that you will get from the conditions on the day, I assure you. 7/6 terrestrial refraction relies on R. It's 7/6 of it. So you'll need it, and it's measured flat to acquire. It's not all to do with the day and the conditions. You're just wrong.
With the temperature of the seawater.
Wrong. Where in 7/6R do you input the temperature of the sea? You don't. You're just bullshitting. You don't know your own mathematics that you put up on screen with your crude diagram that didn't have an eye level.
And the temperature of the air above it.
No, wrong.
So
that would be actual refraction. That doesn't have a value in Earth curve mathematics that beg the question.
Overall, I'd say that this video was a bit inconclusive.
I would say that you used flat Earth measurements quite a few of them, and I will make a different conclusion based on your suggestion that your garbage extrapolation, after suggesting you wouldn't go straight to Wiki and then went straight to Wiki for a radial value measured off a flat Earth, isn't that it's inconclusive, as you've just suggested. It concludes nicely for me when I say this man measured Earth flat. Every aspect of every single measurement that this man appealed to were with respect to a planar flat surface. All of them. Height, distance, directionality. All of it. Perpendicular to a plane. The eye-level derivation for the angle used in his mathematics when utilising a radial value, also extracted from a planar measurement of an elevation angle. All he's done is measured Earth flat 6 ways from Sunday. Now he says it's inconclusive. No, I'll make a conclusion because we've got measurements. You just didn't measure them. You did appeal to the flat measurements of miles and metres, though, sir. So we can only depend on that which you have appealed to in this regard. Not any of your after-the-fact calculations that didn't understand our terrestrial refraction relied on an R value to be applicable to the begging the question proof of nothing perspective hijacking Earth curve calculator. But that's just you being ignorant. But we still had flat Earth altitude and we still had flat Earth distance. Lots of it. And directionality, azimuth, you described when you looked in a particular direction. All with reference to a flat plane. There are no exceptions. So you might not be able to draw what conclusion that you extracted a radial value and assumed Earth spherical anyway. Well, you definitely did that, but that didn't prove anything.
No, I was hoping that my measurement would be closer to the
You didn't make any measurements. What, you thought your measurement of altitude would give you that, did you, Dumbo? Yeah, it's really annoying when fart sniffers start ascribing things like measurements, when really all they've done is downloaded an app for altitude and calibrated. That's it. That's the extent of what he's measured, isn't it? But here he is, self-righteous, fart-sniffing, pompous dweeb, telling himself that he's acquired some marvellous measurements. No, you relied on real men going out and measuring actual distance, sir. Yeah? Do they get any praise? Do they? Hell. You just use these measurements and make your comparisons to the flat Earth linear distances you rely upon, and then sit there in your chair sniffing your own farts like you've done something. Au contraire. You went on a little day trip and used an app. Pathetic. Meanwhile, every measurement you appealed to was a flat Earth prerequisite.
Within 5%. To be out by 11%, it doesn't actually conclude anything, I think. What if the...
Well, you did. That's your first mistake, thinking. Yeah, that's your problem. Right? Don't do any of that anymore. That's where you're getting into trouble with me. What you should have recognised was how flat your linear distances that you appealed to were, because that's what's actually been measured of Earth. Now, if you want to go out and measure those, what are you going to appeal to if you're going to suggest that there's a drop? Oh, you're still going to require the axiomatic principle of miles bilinear for you to derive a drop from it. What, like a squared function? Yeah, you will absolutely without question require miles to be flat and the distance in linear format being measured in a straight line for, quote, actual distance. So we know how flat Earth has been measured. We've got actual distances. And if there's drop, we've surveyed that too. It's perpendicular to the sea level you keep appealing to. Earth's been measured flat. So you can sit there and say, oh, I did really well with my 11% differential. Num 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 num.
Decided to do is I'm going to do another measurement of the Earth size.
You didn't do it the first time. Another measurement. My God. Fart sniffers.
In a follow-on video using a much more accurate method.
Right, what method would that be? Will it also appeal to linear distance values? Let's see.
I'm going to use a sextant, if you know what one of those is.
Oh, really? What, you're going to measure with respect to a horizontal baseline and elevation angle? Is that what you're going to do? Yeah, that's how a sextant works. It's a flat Earth only tool of measuring angles with respect to the surface if you're using it for altitude. Alternatively, you can change that angle measurement into degrees of azimuth and measure in the horizontal with the same tool, but all of which will require either a flat plane for horizontality or a perpendicular altitude angle acquisition from a plane. It's tied at the hip. That's to say, altitude is with respect to a surface level when using a sextant. So given that it's in the same video, I'm going to count it as another one. That's elevation angle measurement. So that's 13 flat measurements in one video.
And the North Star. And that should give me a much more...
North Star, you say? Oh dear. So we're going to be deriving latitude. Now, he hasn't mentioned it explicitly, but I could count that as 14.
Accurate and therefore conclusive measurement of the Earth's size.
What, when you derive elevation angles off a flat plane to Polaris? That'll just be a flat Earth measurement of a planar surface with angles. The baseline being the 0 degree that the angle to the star will be described with when you give it a degree measurement. It's almost like that degree when measuring with Polaris is from an equatorial plane with a globe Earth wrapped round you with you in hell. It's almost like the globe Earth's a glorified protractor, where you measure Earth flat for degrees of latitude and then superimpose them onto the protractor that you measured it with. Yeah, that's all a sextant is, by the way, a glorified protractor used for measuring elevation angles in this instance. To Polaris. To form the latitude system. Off a flat Earth.
But anyway, I actually had a lot of fun going down and filming this video.
Really? I'd rather be nailing my wife than going down to a beach and calibrating a tool at 0. But, you know, no accounting for taste when you're a dweeb.
And saw some lovely scenery on the way.
Did you really? How very interesting. You went and measured the Earth from sea level. Flat. That's what you did. I'm glad you had fun. You measured Earth flat.
Hope you enjoyed watching it. So
not especially, I've got to be honest, right? It was quite irritating how dumb you were. That's my main bugbear. That you used at least 10, let's just say, to be generous. At least 10 flat Earth measurements in your description and suggestion that you won't go to Wiki to just get the value. And then you go and get the value from Wiki for your begging the question, proof of nothing, perspective hijacking Earth curve calculations that you claimed you were in a variant with when you've already got an R value to base it all on. I mean, that to me was just disappointingly ignorant. So, yeah, I mean, it was something to respond to on my channel. I will plug yours and suggest my audience goes to you and shares in the love of making YouTube videos. But from an accuracy point of view, you whistled past at least 10 flat Earth measurements. At least. And then said to get greater degrees of accuracy, no pun intended, you're going to measure the flat Earth degree from surface level of a star in the north, called Polaris. To be more accurate, you're going to measure angles off a flat plane. Okay, that's irritating, because you're suggesting this proves a ball. Ludicrous, ignorant garbage that uses flat Earth measurements. That's my opinion on the matter. Anybody else got any opinions on the matter?
In summary, he was supposed to be measuring the curve. We got 10 flat Earth measurements and 0 curve.
Yeah,
so
exactly.
How is this video useful?
It shows that people can very easily appeal to the boilerplate rhetoric that Earth has a distance to horizon calculation at 1.22 times the square root of the observer's measured height of a flat Earth. So after you acquire your height of a flat Earth, 1.22 times the square root of the observer's height in feet will give you a distance to a geometric horizon below surface level when acquiring a depression angle from parallel eye level. That's what it means. Boilerplate garbage repeated at nausea by people who think that they can sniff their own farts as a result of using this garbage boilerplate nonsense.
This is to be continued. That's all for this video. See you next time.
Wow, this looks very different to the side profile view that we got earlier when we could see man in stick format on the left-hand side, lighthouse on the right-hand side, and a preordained wiki-acquired radial value with a bent at 7/6 of the radius line that somehow we can see. Because generally I seem to spend quite a lot of my days looking at what I'm looking at side on with a little line drawn with an assumed tangent-based radial value in tow. Oh, no, actually, it's more like this that I see, generally speaking, when I look out with my eyeballs and don't assume a radial value from Wikipedia. This is what I tend to get. This is a lot more accurate when we take into account angular resolution limits that are ignored in mathematics that are derived from flat Earth, elevation angles to Polaris for radial values. But there we go. There's no accounting for ignorance and stupidity.
Well, that's the trick, Nathan. This is how we see. But then, of course, they go to their cartoon pictures and diagrams, make a curve, put the lighthouse, and put you with that curve in between and tell you this is how you see. Exactly. Exactly how you have it on screen now.
Yeah, in the thumbnail.
We actually see the way we see.
Yeah, in the thumbnail, we've got the target on the left. I mean, it's so far away that we can't really see the little stick man. We have to zoom in to see that. But nevertheless, we're seeing the side of our own head from approximately by the scale of this orthographic nonsense mathematical derivation of a flat Earth measured radial value. I don't know, 3,000 miles away from the observation. And what do you know? The lighthouse is absolutely enormous. I mean, by scale, it would be the, 500-mile high lighthouse. And that's because it hijacks perspective. There is no perspective in an orthographic representation as diagrammatically exampled here, so it doesn't matter if he shows a massive lighthouse. It's not like it looks like what's actually on screen. Yeah, it's a tiny little dot in the distance, because hashtag shit shrinks, although I didn't require or wasn't needed, it wasn't incumbent on me to do so, but explained with angular resolution limits. That's not what I have to do. It's not my burden to prove why there's a tiny little dot in the distance. Why isn't it a massive side profile view? Who gives a crap? We got the side profile view by measuring a flat Earth to get an R value to calculate into existence sphericity when we ignore perspective and punch flat Earth distance measurements and flat Earth altitudes into a calculation based on the flat Earth derived radial value.
That's highway robbery.
Nicking flat Earth measurements to suggest sphericity.
Yeah, I mean, they just stripped us of everything and said, okay, it's a ball.
Well, what I've done is I have put in the chat, the live stream chat, a link to this guy's video. So go and let him know at Nathan Oakley 1980 sent me with a polite message that doesn't immediately get removed by the YouTube algorithmic bots or indeed by the videographer himself. So you can probably see that going by in the stream. So obviously if you're watching after the fact, that's to say you're not watching live, then please toddle along to that videographer and let him know at Nathan Oakley 1980 sent me with a nice polite comment. The videographer's name is, what is it, something Bug? Skybug. So yeah, I don't know his actual name, but yeah, feel free to let him know with a specific comment. So I'm not shouting this out for my health. If you do go to his video, which is what I'm suggesting you do while we're live, I will stay live a little bit longer. So you can actually pop along to his video and let him know with an @ Nathan Oakley 1980 sent me. And just let him know that he's had his video shared, the love has been shared amongst fellow videographers, and I say in that respect, I give him every sympathy for his plight on YouTube and wish him every success in that regard. So from that point of view, wish him every success, hence me sending my audience to him to let him know at Nathan Oakley 1980 sent me. And I have put that link now several times into the chat, so you can do exactly that. The video is called The Earth Measurement, or Lighthouse Measurement, or something like that. Measuring the Earth, the Lighthouse Method is the name of the video that you're being directed to let him know at Nathan Oakley 1980 sent me. Any comments from either the Discord server or the G+ panel in this regard? No?
Just one last point.
I mean, what are they going to do? Not use the
Get Christian, was it, or Adam?
Go ahead, I'm sorry.
Yeah, I'll invite you to talk afterwards. Go ahead. Was it Fisherman in a Box?
Yeah, Adam and Fisherman.
Just how many of these educational videos do we have to watch where they come to a conclusion, or it's wrong, or we don't know? It's just another one. It's ridiculous. Excellent presentation.
Yeah, from his perspective, I didn't do well. I didn't extrapolate a differential that was close enough to the actual extracted value using flat Earth measurements when we know the distance from the maps and scales. Okay. We still have flat Earth measurements from the maps and scales, though. They've measured Earth flat to the millimetre accuracy. And you also required axiomatically Earth be flat to derive your elevation angle to give you a distance to horizon calculation at 1.22 times the square root of your observer's measured high off a flat Earth. That's what you actually did. I know this calculation so well I can recite it with lights on me in scorching heat with sweat pouring down me. You thought somehow that the atmospheric conditions had something to do with terrestrial refraction? No, that's just pure ignorance. Demonstrates you haven't got the slightest clue even how your own rhetoric works. Me, I understand not only how your rhetoric works, how incorrect and imprecise you are when you describe atmospheric differentiation, that isn't a value you'll put into a curve calculator, that begs the question, is proof of nothing, and hijacks perspective. You will derive it from 1.22 times the square root of the observer's measured height of a flat Earth, and then an application of 7/6 of the radial value that's also measured off a flat Earth will be used to infer that there's a bendy light when you look at your side of your own head. That's what you will do and did do when suggesting that you've gone out and got some fart-sniffing measurements of your own. Definitely not. Any of them? Adam, go ahead. Or anybody else, for that matter.
Yeah, I was just going to say, there's no way that they could get around it. Everything they do requires the horizontal part to be Earth. And, we're all flat earthers, whether we want to be or not. And he's just showing that you can't get around it. You can imagine past it, but you can't get around it.
Yeah, there's no escaping it. It is inevitable. All roads lead to a flat Earth. Any more for any more? No? With that, I will say, if you are watching this on either Nathan Oakley 1980 or Nathan Oakley premiering streams, then stay tuned, as there will be an after show to follow. Good show. Did you enjoy that? I actually put some effort into that.
Good. No, it was not even that much swearing at all. Really good stuff.
That's the standard. Not much swearing, therefore good show.
Well, to be honest, he's doing the example of what we're showing. We're telling people that everyone's going to measure Earth flat, and he's just showing at even if he was out there with a sextant, that's what he'd be doing.
Yes. And if he was to watch this after the fact, I'd hope he didn't take it personally. That is to say, when I used the example, I used it specifically because it's a boilerplate example. Like, he is not special. He's not being singled out for any particular reason personally. I couldn't tell you his name. I don't care, right? It just happened to be a fairly concise, old school boilerplate version of begging the question, proof of nothing, perspective hijacking Earth curve calculations, utilizing flat Earth distances and altitudes. So it's just boilerplate. Perfect example. Would you agree that I picked a pretty good boilerplate example?
Yes.
That's what I was going for. Look, this is standard rhetoric across the board. The only thing he got wrong was
the way he put it, though. The whole measuring.
Go ahead.
Sorry.
No, go ahead.
I was just thinking the way that he put it, the measure, even the title, it was something like how to measure Earth using the lighthouse method or whatever. It just showed a sort of cope, like, I'm going to try really hard for the globe right here in this video. And all he did was, use the horizontal part.
What they all do.
Yeah, exactly. It's nothing personal against him. He only got refraction wrong. In terms of what he did, you're like, well, yeah, you used the standard boilerplate rhetoric fairly consistently with everybody who's been using it probably the last 200 years. But that doesn't mean that you're going out and measuring anything, as his title suggests. Measuring the Earth? No, you're not. You're measuring how high you are at best. Even that required him understand axiomatically that he's parallel to the surface level he's measured when he calibrated his tool. But in his mind, he's gone out and measured frickin' Earth. Oh my God, you delusional dipshit. But that doesn't mean anything to him personally. Like I say, it's not like I care. It's not like I'm suddenly going to be concerned that he's getting it right in future with refraction. It's like, no, I could have picked anybody. That you're all the same in that regard. You just regurgitate the boilerplate.
You regurgitate the boilerplate.
That's right. I just like that term. Like I say, it took me back to my brother owning a printing shop in the middle of Birmingham, right, quite near to the town centre. And I remember this particular memory sticks in my mind because my brother had gone out somewhere and he just happened to leave me and my sister, who's a bit older than me, at the desk, right, where he's buggered off, and he's just like, just here's a notepad. If someone comes in and asks something, just write it down. Right, no worries. So he disappears. And literally within a minute of him walking out, this Rasta comes in and says, "Hey, do you do taping?" And we're like, "What?" He says, "Do you do taping? Taping? You know, taping." And I'm like, What do you mean?" He says, "I need some taping done." And he keeps saying it. He doesn't elaborate on what he means. And he must have said it about 20 times. "I need taping, taping, taping." Now, after about 20 renditions, my brother walks back in and says, "Can I help you?" And he's like, "I need some taping." He goes, "Oh, you want some typing doing?"
Oh, wait, typing?
Typing.
See, Nathan?
That's just how it came out in this Jamaican accent.
Yeah, and you know what I was thinking? Most of the Jamaicans around, the ones I work on construction sites, they're tapers. They come after the sheetrock is up, they come and they start taping the wall with compound.
That's what I was hearing. So I had tape, and I think he wants videography, like videotaping. Like you want to tape something, like video record something, like with a camcorder. That's what I'm hearing. But it's a printer, so he just wants something typing up.
and I'm hearing taping, like compound.
Yeah.
Did you ever see them do it? Did you ever see a Jamaican guy do some taping on compound? On, like, say, a construction site?
Yes,
you know
I
what
really
they use,
enjoy.
right?
It's one of my favourite pastimes, actually, Neil. I find it quite enjoyable to go away for the weekend and just watch Jamaicans.
I'm saying, have you ever
taping.
been in a job site? What they do, Nathan, is instead of putting the stilts on, they'll put like the Home Depot buckets. They'll put like 5 of them on, one on top of the other. They'll stand on that, and then they'll just like use that to move around on. It's quite fascinating.
I've seen people on stilts where they put the like webbing between the panels when they're doing plasterboarding. Is that what you mean?
Yeah, but they only use the stilts for the ceilings. But when they're doing the walls, they're just shifting themselves on a bucket, and the bucket like rolls with them. I don't know how they freaking do it, but yeah, that's what they do.
Fair enough.
You flip the bucket upside down, put about 3 or 4 of them on top of each other, stand on it, and then you shift around on that.
Right.
Anyway. I tried and I fell on my ass.
like I say, it just took me back to a time when I was a lot younger because of the terminology used by Atomic Shrimp with his scam baiting. Because I was trying to, you're trying to fathom the same sort of explanation for what we deal with from our opponents. And because they're often wrapping it up in their own little tiny spin for whatever reason and suggesting that they're doing something intellectual, it gets lost that it's just standard rhetoric. So when I heard him say boilerplate, like I say, it's a term that my brother would use for, if you imagine a scenario, someone comes in, they want an invitation done, fairly standard fare for a printer. Back in the day before you could just go out and buy really cheap laser printers, you had to have a physical plate made up. So in the printer, he had his printing press and his plate maker. So he's got another machine that makes plates. But when it comes to laying out what goes onto the plate, there's a boilerplate methodology to things like invitations. The place, the day, the time, who's on. That's boilerplate in terms of how you do it.
Let me invite Alpha Murphy 72. Ask your wife if you could join today. What do you think of the video?
You're obsessed with this guy. It's about the 10th time you've tried to get his engagement.
Because if you're in a voice chat, speak. I mean, I'm just calling him out. I mean, come on. He had to think something about that video where the guy was supposed to measure curvature, but all he did was measure flat Earth. right now, behind the scenes, he's on mute, and his wife is saying, "Don't you dare come off mute. You remember what happened the last time. You didn't listen to me, and you got your ass handed to you. Stay on mute."
I should take it easier on them now. It's like shooting fish in a barrel, because it is just a game. How long before they use a flat Earth measurement? I can't remember what his was, but I'm sure he used one. I think he was altitude as well, Alpha Murphy, wasn't he not? Was he not using altitude?
Immediate. He spoke about the flight over to Antarctica, and then he was speaking about how something wasn't lining up with his globe. I think it was the position of the sun at a certain time.
I just counted 4 flat Earth measurements, so I don't know which one we laid into, but it would have been one of those, I guess.
Yeah, well, I had said to him, I checked out when you open your mouth because you use a flat Earth. I think he said distance. I'm not sure. Alpha Murphy, we can't remember. Why don't you remind us of that conversation? You know, you dominated us. That's funny when listening back to the worldwide debate, how they say they wrecked you.
It is delusional, though, isn't it?
Yeah, it's the Brenda technique. You get your ass handed to you, then she says, "I'll debate you one-on-one." But the good part about that was you kept bringing them to the flat Earth measurements, and they were like, "All right, so what do we just go home now?" Yeah, basically, you got the idea.
Yeah, I got told off for that. I fast-forwarded that when we were listening to it earlier, but I fast-forwarded through that bit because it's not that, on point with the argument. But some guy says, "Oh, what are we supposed to do then? Just pack it up and go home?" And then I'm like, "Well, yeah, you can bugger off whenever you like. No one gives a crap whether you're here or not." And then I got told, "Oh, it isn't one of those rooms where you can just tell people that they're not important." I'm like, "What, like he just did? Just told me we could pack it up and go home."
Yeah, it's like they were getting away with everything they said, but if you said it, you got held to task on it.
Yeah, even when it was in direct rebuttal. So somebody says it to me and I'm just throw it straight back in their face. "Oh, well, you can't say that." What, when I'm throwing it back in his face? I see. So it's only tolerable when I'm taking the tomatoes to the face. I see, gotcha. I'm not allowed to pick them back up and throw them back. I gotcha.
Yeah, but even Riggs with the "we take turns here" until we weren't taking turns here.
Yeah, only I get told that we should be taking turns. Because, there's 5 people that want to pile on you. So, it's not being reasonable.
And I listened back, and Bev, he was outright lying. He said, "You don't go to Discord, but you do go to." I think he was trying to say you haven't been frequenting other servers. But in actuality, you have. Now, what is he keeping time on it that you don't do it every day? But he was outright saying you haven't been in Discord in a while. So that's an outright lie.
Yeah. What he'd been listening to was me in worldwide debates. That's what I was responding to. Me in the server that I don't typically go in. Even this server that I've been in, I've only been using for 6 months, 8 months. Prior to that, I've been in all sorts of different servers, regularly frequent various different servers, because I don't have one. So it's not like, oh, right, I'll stick to my own. I haven't got a server. Never have. I've never owned a server. So the servers that I get, I'm very grateful that people let me in. Some are better than others. But none of them are mine. It's like, "Oh, you don't go Discord." I go in Discord daily. What are you babbling about? "Oh, well, you only go in your own." I haven't got one. I can only go in other people's servers. It's just bullshitting. Just wants to make it seem like I'm in some echo chamber. That's it.
I could name 4 or 5 right now. You forgot Level Lion issue one on there. Earth Awakenings, 24/7 Politics, Worldwide Debate. You actually went on this guy's show. I keep forgetting his name. The one you just popped on. The video?
The real something or other.
Yes. It might not have... Was that a Discord server? Or was he just...
Yeah.
Yeah. So there you go.
I'll just randomly go in people's Discord servers. Not to mention Flip Side, Flat Earth Debate, and Gem Panda. That's 8 I count so far.
Yep.
Yeah, so we're going all sorts of different Discord servers. Where are we? But what does Bev want to do? Lie about it. Why? Well, I don't know. Because he feels like it'll somehow discredit me.
Well, he led off by saying you got to give Riggs credit. I said, for what? Allowing Nathan to get bombarded? Only reprimanding Nathan? Saying that we take turns here until we don't take turns here? So in what part of that should we say, shout out to Riggs?
I mean, I'll shout him out for allowing me in his server. Some people don't. Some people don't want me there. Fair enough. He does. I'm very grateful for it. It doesn't alter the fact that when I'm there, there's certain rules and regs that are imposed upon me and not upon on the other people that are around me. Like, I can name, in the last couple of times I've been in worldwide debates, at least 6 stipulations that I've been given explicitly by the moderator of the server. Nobody, and I can literally say hand on heart, not a single soul who has been in there has had any stipulations put on them whatsoever. Only me.
Here's what he was upset about, Nathan. See, Bev can't take control of the room like you did. So you took control of that room, and you were the one dictating what was being said, and he can't handle that. So he feels like, shout out to Riggs because you let you come in, and he basically was saying you disrespected the server.
What he's saying, I get what you're saying. Riggs said a similar thing to me. He's like, when you come into the room, this is the open room that you want to move me out of, you take charge. You're like, yeah, that's because I'm a fucking alpha, and I will absolutely dominate every man around me with my general demeanour and attitude towards them. That's what being a man is, not having a mute button. These dumb fucks don't appreciate that I'm taking charge of them, taking ownership of the situation. That takes a certain personality, but they don't get it. Someone like Bev, some fucking scrote. Nobody's got any respect for him when he starts taking charge. People just tell him to sit down and shut up because he's an irritating little twat. Nobody's going to respect him or allow him to take charge. Now, there's other people who see that happening as I take charge and want to stop it happening. Are they successful? No. There's a certain aura I possess when I'm in the presence of anybody ever. People fucking know I'm there. Yeah, that's been the case since I was about a teenager. Yeah, that's never changed. But beaters, they can't do that. They can't take charge of a space. They can't get everybody's attention in a room full of 40 people. Me, I can. That's what I was trained in. Like, getting somebody to only pay attention to what you are doing on a stage or on a video. That is to say, you need to take absolute authority of the space and command it of an audience. Yeah, I can do that. What a shock. Someone like Bev can't command an audience and keep their attention. No, it's difficult. Yeah? Because as soon as you realise everybody's looking at you and listening to you, you suddenly can't quite keep your own words in check and you start stuttering and stammering, and immediately people sense weakness and want to pounce on you. Yeah? So it's not that easy. But Bev wants to be able to be the alpha dominant. You're not. You'll always be a pathetic little scrote, a little cuck. Because that's what you are. Just accept your lot in life, you little spot-nosed little twat.
Just be yourself. Don't come in and try to be something because you're right. It's the immediate stammering and stuttering.
Yeah. Now, don't get me wrong. There's been various different times in my life that people have tried to assert dominance over me. Now, normally, I've just picked up whatever tool that they're utilising that I haven't seen before and just use it immediately against them. But I don't tend to survive long in jobs, right? I normally get fired pretty quickly because I don't work well with others, because I want to be in charge. So I did quite well in managerial roles, but, that's because I was in charge. Yes, I will be the one telling you whether or not you'll be getting work this week, my temporary employee. Yes, I will be signing off your payslip and deciding if you go into that job or a different temp goes in for you. I can do those things because I don't mind being in charge and having the authority to tell people what's what, hire and fire. That's me. Now other people don't have the balls for it. They can't just say, no, I will cut you loose. You aren't worth the hassle. Bye-bye, goodbye, forever. Now those people tend to be the type of people that get cut loose and bleat and moan. Now, like I say, I've got cut loose plenty of times. I can understand and relate to it on the other side of the coin, like when you're being let go, because you're generally a pain in the arse. That's me. But that's how alphas are. Dominant. I don't be a beta and say, I want to be the dominant one. I want people to respect me and listen to what I'm saying. Well, be that person then. Oh, you can't? Yeah, I know. It's a lifetime living as a little squeaky mouse. Some people can do that. Some people can't.
You have to know what you're talking about too. And I don't know what Bubba's on about, but he's way off. But in the construction field, I know, because if I go in as a worker and I'm working on a job and I'm following a foreman and he's doing it half-ass backwards, it's very frustrating because you're doing double the work, you're working harder. See, I work smarter. So I didn't get along good if I was, just a regular worker. Now, if I'm running a job, it goes beautiful because I know how to run a job efficiently. I'm not going to put a guy that can't patch a floor for shit on patching, but he works really good cutting carpet. So, yeah, I get what you're saying.
Yeah, some people are cut out for it and some people just aren't. But there we go. But
Bev don't know what he's talking about, though. That's the whole thing. What is Bev's position? I bet nobody could tell me here what Bev's position is.
Does anybody care? I mean, I don't care. Go. That's the problem. I couldn't care less. I have no sympathy for his plight. So who cares?
Okay, what's Nathan's position? Can anybody tell me what Nathan's position is? Should be easy.
Send nudes.
Nathan's going to focus on the measurements. His position is Earth is measured flat in all circumstances without any doubt. Right? But Bev, what is he, the real globe? Horizontal distances prove a sphere? I mean, come on, what kind of stupid shit is that? And you want people to follow you. You want to take command of a room with that? Okay.
My last understanding of his position was that he wanted to ascribe the idea of pi equaling 2 to a position of heliocentrism we extract flat Earth prerequisites from. That was my understanding of his last position. So he's trying to strawman me with a position. So there you go. I do have a vague idea. He could take that as really flattering. Oh, Nathan is interested. He does love me.
But think about what you just said. Pi equals 2. Really? That's the position you're taking. Okay.
Yeah, but they superimpose that on top of the position that somebody else would be taking. So in this instance, I say, okay, this guy's got a flat Earth measurement in the radial value. Someone else comes along and goes, so the radial value's yours and you rely on that for a flat Earth measurement. No, definitely not. No, you do, and now that means pi equals 2. What are you babbling about?
Yeah, like we didn't come up with the radius, but we're utilizing it to show you how to use a flat Earth. Same thing with the other thing, with the, when he said, I heard you say 8 inches per mile squared.
Yeah, like the guy earlier,
On
it was that eggshells guy. I'm not going to mistake that eggshells guy's a baller. And what he's done is he's accurately represented my position back to me. Steelman my position, basically. So he can demonstrate that he understands my position. Now, normally, if you disagree, you challenge it after you've reiterated your opponent's position. I do it all the time. So you are suggesting that the derivation of a radial value can give you a 7/6 terrestrial refraction value. End quote, Nathan Oakley. Does that mean that's my position? Of course not. I'm reiterating my opponent's position, like that eggshells guy did. Much respect to him. Am I now going to turn around and go, ha ha ha, this is eggshells, now a flat... No. Why would I disrespect the fact that he accurately steelman me? I will give him props for it. I'm not now going to turn around and go, see, here's a flat earther. Here he is saying it. And he is explicitly detailing the position. Not my position, the position with regards to altitude measurements being a flat Earth prerequisite. That's a fact. Now, he detailed that in debate, in quotes. So I'm not going to be so outrageously unreasonable as to now reposition that like it is actually his position. But that's what Bev wants to do with me. All right, so you can summarise how they use 8 inches per mile squared. That's now your claim. No, piss off. That's why you'll never command a room. Because people don't respect that, do they?
Nope. But he had Eddie Bear come in and try to freaking white knight for him.
Yeah, when he was caught out lying. He suggested he didn't hear other people utilising 8 inches per mile squared. Liar. Yes, he did. He was watching. He even knew the statistics of how many shows he'd watched. You're like, oh, God, you're a bit obsessed with me, but fine. I don't care. Bev's a nobody. All of us are. Me included. I wouldn't even say the biggest...
until the book comes out.
Oh,
so
even
what's
then.
the story?
I might reach what the dizzy heights of Mark Sargent and Dave Weiss in terms of popularity. Complete nobodies. Same with Jaron. 120,000 subscribers. Doesn't mean anything. Quite often I'll come across somebody and go, who's this guy? You listen and go, yeah, all right. How many subscribers? 2.4 million? You've never heard of him.
What's the story? Any word on the book? 2 weeks?
We're just working on it. So I've been working on it non-stop since I last talked about it on Friday. So he sent it back to us Friday, and I immediately rattled my way through the PDF version. So's my wife. I've already rattled my way through the ebook version. My wife's 90% finished. Once she's done, between the two of us, I should say, we've compiled any minor errors or adjustments that need to be made, and I would hope, get sent off to him tonight. And then it's back in his court. It's like tennis, isn't it? He sends it to me, I make minor adjustments, I send it back to him, and then moan for a week about how he's not contacting me, and then get all excited when it comes back. But this is the last round of alterations, so I can't imagine that there's going to, if as long as everything gets altered, we might have missed a couple. But it's at that point that at some point you've got to pull the trigger, right? So I would say after this round of alterations, it's going to get published. It could get published as it is. It's just got minor errors in it. But it's in a book format. It's ready to sell, as it is. Do you know what I mean by that? If I said to him, if I phoned him up and went, sod it, just send it out as it is. But okay, it's done. It's available now. And be like, wicked. So you just have to press the go button on what you've got. Yeah, I've done it. It's done. Did it while that would be the conversation. Whereas I'm going to be getting back to him going, hate to do this, but there is this list of alterations that need to be made. Please, can you make them? And he'll be like, and he'll do them, hopefully.
Hi, Nathan. I just had a random idea. Any thoughts? Release party?
Release party? What would you call a party?
Maybe get some people. Have a release Saturday night or something.
Can we have strippers?
Guaranteed.
Strippers?
I guess.
Go-go dancers.
Paint strippers.
No, girls in bikinis, like you have when you go to see a car being launched. There's like a couple of models that are standing around by the car.
There'd have to be small women to be draped over a book. Oh, they could be reading the book, yeah.
Should I be writing this down?
Naked women reading books.
Send nudes. Got it. No, I don't think the launch will be a particularly big deal. So, in many ways, I want it to be kind of low key. I just want it to be like, nah, it's available now. Just go and buy it. And then over time, I'll go out and promote it, and therefore the awareness of it will increase over time. Now, I get what you're saying. If you launch it with a bit of a bang, but I don't know how to make a bang other than just having a video to launch it, a specific one-off that's like, instead of a show, it's like. But it would just, that's it. It's just a name. So you go, okay, well, Flat Earth 2559 is launch show special, or launch show party. I mean, I could do that.
So I watch somebody online called Itchy Boots, and she wrote a book. What she did was go around the country secreting free copies of books signed in bookshops, which obviously you haven't got a physical book yet. But maybe you could go to certain websites and secrete hidden books on websites.
I mean, that's kind of what I'll be doing. If you imagine when I go in front of somebody and tell them about the book, that's me on a website. So that my desire to go out and promote it is just that. Go out, be in front of people who have an audience that could potentially purchase it. Just talk about it. Moreover, it's just talk about Flat Earth with them. And then, like, I know my main purpose in being there is to tell them about the book launch, but they'll be there wanting to talk about whatever it is they want to talk about the subject, I would assume. I mean, they can talk to me about my kids or my marriage or whatever, you know, maybe they want to talk about that, I don't know. Depends where I go. But that's what I'll do. And then, you know, that'll be it increasing in popularity. So if you think of something like a Flat Earth equivalent, it's something like Dave's app. The way Dave goes out and just does interviews with people so he can promote his app at some point during the interview. That's what I'll be doing. It's just being out on the road, telling people about the product that you've got to sell. Now, his app versus my book, there's no difference. It's just a thing that you've worked on that has a monetary value attached to it that you want people to purchase. And having a subject expertise in the specifics of the thing that you're selling, app or book, is why you'd be in front of somebody in the first place. So over time, I would hope that there's a increase in awareness of the material based on me being out in front of people telling them about it. That's as much as I can hope for. But will it, you know, if I rented out Harrods and had party poppers and a banner outside, I don't think it would do anything. I don't think it would make any difference. I mean, I might sell 500 copies on the day if people who are that interested all attended at once. But even then, I don't think that would be the case. I'm just not well known enough. In other words, you'd put up a banner and no one would care.
If you were going to Harrods, we'd have to organise an anti-flat Earth demonstration at the same time, you know, bit of publicity.
An anti-what?
Anti-flat Earth.
Anti-flat Earth demonstration? What does that mean?
Yeah, because your appearance at a bookstore might upset people. So you have to bring it to the public's attention.
Oh, that's smart marketing. I see.
It's my little psyop.
It's a little psyop where you go, what an outrage that a flat earther can be in attendance at this place at this time with his book on sale for $19.99. What an outrage. We should all go and protest the sale of this book called Measured Flat, available now.
You might even get on Central News with that one.
Maybe. But yeah, it's imminent. It can't be more than a couple of weeks before it comes out.
Weeks.
You could be Leamington's second most popular person after, what's his name? Oh yeah, Aleister Crowley.
I thought you were about to say auditing Britain. You went with Aleister Crowley instead.
Aleister was from Leamington, so you're okay on that.
You all know that? Aleister Crowley's from our hometown?
I do now.
So the house, you've got, is it blue? What's it called again? The sign that they have up on those houses, Craig. You were telling me about it when we were walking back from a curry one night, when we walked past his house.
Oh, the blue badges. No,
blue badge.
I don't think he has one on his house. I don't know, to be honest. I thought originally they said no. Because there's not a lot of people like to talk about him, do
I was going to say, let's get the opinion of the panel. So if you lived in Aleister Crowley's house and somebody came to you and went, obviously this house has historic importance or significance, it's Aleister Crowley's house. Will you put a blue dot on it so that people can come and identify it as a building of historical significance? Or would you go, Aleister Crowley, I don't want anybody to ever know that about this house?
Now, is that the same Mr. Crowley that Ozzy sings about?
Yes. Yeah, Satanist.
Mind you, nowadays, I mean, I was watching some clip about in Belgium where some kids program was smashing up little effigies of Jesus. They said, yeah, but we haven't got many religious people in Belgium nowadays. It's okay. But then, of course, the subject, would they do it to a symbol of Muhammad when they wouldn't do it? But I suppose if you look at that, I mean, people like Billy, what's her name, the pop singer, who's a bit of a devil worshipper.
Eilish.
That's the one. So it's quite normal to devil worship nowadays, isn't it?
I'll give you something to think about. Have you ever heard somebody, let's say working on a construction site, hit their son with the hammer and say, "Oh, Muhammad"? I've never heard it. On I've never heard it. But you hear them screaming, "Jesus Christ!"
So what that would be OMM instead of OMG.
It would be taking the Lord's name in vain, of course. You're not going to say that because Muhammad is not Lord, and neither is Buddha or Confucius.
Well, I'm glad we got this highly contentious point squared away, Neil. Thank you so much.
Just food for thought. You don't find that a little strange? I hear about all of these gods, but there's only one God that constantly has his name taken in vain.
What language do they speak in whatever country they're practicing? I suppose they would say it in that language.
And you just remind me, what language do you speak at home? Richard Pryor said, jive? When Richard Pryor went to Africa, what language do you speak at home? He said, I don't know, jive? Oh, man, Richard Pryor was funny, boy. Him and Gene Wilder, they had good chemistry together.
Want to play a bit more worldwide debates?
Yeah, let's hear it. I've been enjoying that because I've been picking up little bits and bobs.
It's kind of dweeby and I didn't really care for it. Meanwhile, all the measurements were flat. That's what I've actually done so far. Just to recap what's happened.
I'm so sorry I missed that. Yeah, so you've proven that the Earth's flat because the measurements themselves, in order to be taken, in order to discuss elevation, need to be vertical, which is in relation to a horizontal plane, which by default accepts the axiomatic reality that we live on a horizontal plane.
Yeah,
wow.
Or to put it another way, Earth is measured flat in all circumstances. In this particular circumstance, to describe dispersion of gases with respect to the plane of reference we call mean sea level, with altitude, that's a flat Earth prerequisite description of a measurement to describe that process. Yes, to summarise, Earth is just measured flat.
Oh, it totally makes sense now. Yeah, it's flat.
Yeah, so it's measured.
Yeah, I was just curious.
A screen?
Ads. 2 of them.
Yeah, so he summarized it correctly, and then he threw his little, it's flat. Doesn't matter. He did summarize it correctly, though.
I was just curious. You say that the Earth is measured flat. And so where is your, have you talked with land surveyors about this? I'm just curious. I'm kind of new to this. So, because my understanding is land surveyors take Earth curvature into account once they go over a certain distance.
Right. What is Earth curvature exactly?
They're lying. They're just lying.
Right. This guy told me that we take Earth curvature into account, correct? What's Earth curvature?
I said the land surveyors do.
Yeah. My response, what is Earth curve?
it is the curvature that's due to the shape of the Earth.
How's that measured?
With surveying equipment.
And what do they describe the deviation with respect to?
They reside a tangent line that is from wherever the instrument is placed on the Earth that goes out in a straight horizontal line.
A tangent to what?
The sphere.
Well, that's not a measurement then, is it? Where's the curve measured? No, tangents are straight. I've asked you where curves measured.
Yes.
You've given me a straight line.
Yeah. Yeah, so you can measure the curve
again?
As a drop from the tangent.
Oh, I see. So it's a drop with respect to a horizontal plane of reference then. So we need a horizontal plane of reference to describe the drop with respect to.
Well, it's only horizontal in that local area where the instrument is touching. As soon as it moves away from that in spot, it starts dropping. I believe it's everybody's favorite approximation of 8 inches per mile squared.
So the mile must be flat and measured to derive this value from then. So a derivative squared function from a flat measurement of miles. So Earth is measured flat with miles for you to infer a tangent plane that isn't a measurement of curve as a derivative from the flat plane we measure in miles at a squared function.
Can you imagine like a ball with a ruler balanced on top of it? Is that a like a horizontal line?
No, that's called
ruler a horizontal line.
It's called a begging the question fallacy. Rather than measuring curve.
It's not. No, it's not.
I heard your question. Would it be okay if I answered you without you shouting through the top of me that it's not? That's called begging the question. That would be assuming the outcome. Rather than measuring a curve, you're describing a tangential plane that you're going to measure in flat linear distance values called miles, and then use a squared function from the flat measurement of miles. So Earth is measured flat in miles for you to approximate curve from an assumed plane with a dangling dingleberry Earth that you've assumed is below a plane you're measuring flat in miles. So Earth's measured flat in miles for you to derive the squared function from a linear distance in miles. Earth's measured flat for the miles.
So you're telling me that miles is a unit of measurement thing can only be used when it's flat?
Well, you've just derived a squared function from it. You have just used it flat. You've just described a squared function from it. So when you tell me that I'm my bad, I'm in the middle of answering you. You've just told me that I'm doing something with miles. You gave, quote, everyone's favourite approximation, 8 inches per mile squared, end quote, you. You use flat Earth measurements of miles, not me. You've done that.
I think you seem to be on this flat Earth measurements thing.
No, you are.
Like no measurements are like flat Earth or sphere Earth. Measurements are just measurements.
What, like miles, like linear miles of the surface? Those are measurements of miles based on Earth's surface being measured in miles. Therefore, the linear distance you, I'll say it for the third time, have appealed to for your approximation. Your value is linear miles measured from a flat surface. You attempted to justify this as a plane tangential to a ball, where you begged the question that it was only attached to the flat mile linear distance measurement you're using. So no, you are the one using flat Earth measurements that are linear in miles. To have a squared function. This is the fourth time I've said it. Interrupting. You seem to be interrupting me. You don't like that you've used linear distance to have a squared function. You can't square a non-linear mile, you stupid man. Now stop talking through me while I tell you about how you are squaring a linear mile. It can't be squared, as you've suggested, will be used by you when you employ flat Earth mile measurements to square them. You know what square means? It means this distance is linear and flat. For you to appeal to it, to approximate a calculation of curve, when you assume a tangential plane measured in flat Earth miles is capable of having a derivative squared function taken from it. You are using flat Earth mile measurements. I haven't measured or inferred anything. You are the only one who's used a measurement. It's miles, it's linear. You're the one who's used it.
Are you done talking?
Africa, Asia.
No, I'm not done talking. I'm in the middle of a sentence that you can't cope with. You are the one who's appealed to these flat measurements, and now you're yakking through me, asking if I've finished. The answer was no. The answer was no.
Nathan, you need to calm down.
I'm going to ask somebody to remove you, because you obviously can't cope with the fact that you've used these linear distance measurements in your calculation. And rather than allowing me to get to the end of my sentence, you're now incessantly talking through the top of me. No, I haven't finished. You asked if I was finished, pointing out that you are using miles. No, we just take it in turns here. As a linear distance to take a squared function from them.
Miles is a
yes,
linear
the fourth
distance.
Interruption to the same statement that you're scared of.
The good news
are you
is
scared to hear it? Hey, Liam. Are you scared to hear it? I don't know if you were going to come off mute and say hello or not, but you obviously were ready to go.
Yeah, hello.
I'll say it again for the fifth time without interruption. I'll count every time you interrupt this terrifying fact that you've used flat Earth measurements. You cannot square a non-linear mile. You are appealing to a flat Earth measurement of miles. You've then projected that use that you are employing of a flat linear distance of measured flat Earth miles to square a function from them. I haven't measured anything. The only one using flat mile measurements here is you.
You do know that all miles are linear, right? Like
yes, all miles are flat and linear. That's correct. Earth is measured flat in linear miles. That's correct. We're not measuring Earth curved in miles. They're all linear. They're all flat, or we couldn't square functions with respect to them. That's correct. You are measuring Earth flat in linear miles. This is not going to work, sir. You chat skanking through the top of my confirmation that you're measuring Earth flat in linear miles. Yes, I agree. You require flat Earth linear distances for you to pretend you've got curved derivatives from begged questions of tangential planes. You require flat miles that are linear.
Have you ever heard of a software called Autodesk Civil 3D?
Sorry, I'm not a really adenoidal boring dweeb, but I do know that linear miles will be utilised by dweebs who have a squared function coming from them.
Okay.
Would you like to confirm that you understand, or would you just rather chat skank through every reply after asking about boring dweeby software? Do you think that we need constant audio chaos while I respond to you? Do you think we need to hear your voice through the top of mine while you ask about your boring dweeby software? Or would you rather skirt with this chaff and redirect attempt to skirt the fact that you're measuring linear distances in miles? Maybe I could be called a demon after this non-stop barrage of chat skanking over the top of the flat measurements he's used. So you're just going to chat skank through the top of me. I see. I don't want to talk to you anymore. You don't want to listen to my responses. You're talking straight through the middle of them. So I'd prefer not to talk to you anymore.
People listening to Nathan Fucktard Oakley is hilarious.
So just for the record, I was called a demon. Now I'm being called a swear word and being chatted through the top of constantly while I get to the point that Earth is measured flat. What's that you say? You do realise that all miles are linear, Nathan? Yes, I realise we only ever measure Earth flat with linear miles. What's that? Do I know about some boring dweeby software? Now, I know that this man's appealed to a flat Earth linear measurement in miles, though, but we're going to get chat skanking through the top of every word of this conclusion.
Yeah, I'm sitting here listening to you be an absolute retard. Anyone would mic...
I'm not a retard, so what's going on now is I'm getting a lot of ad homs over the top of my conclusion that Earth's measured flat in linear miles.
IQ of a fucking...
We just laughing at it, Neil.
Yeah, he came in ad hom and now he's swearing.
Yeah.
Room temperature, okay?
Sorry, do you want to just get a hold of your temper there, sir? You seem very angry about the flat linear distance in miles that this man appealed to when he squared a function. Now, you need to take a bit of a chill pill, sir. You seem very angry about how flat we measure Earth in miles.
You understand how electrons prove this? You guys don't. You haven't walked any of these concepts.
Sorry, you stuttery idiot. We measure Earth flat in linear miles to square a function. Sorry, I'm not paying as close attention to as you. What are you laughing at?
Electrons? Are you going to go to neutrons now? Neutrinos?
Right. Do you know this software, this design CAD software? What about neutrons? Should we talk about you bloody boring dweebs? Have you ever met women? Function from it. That's what the last guy, who doesn't seem to want to acknowledge the conclusion to his flat measurement. Say again? Was that somebody in the panel?
I was just referring socially. Yeah, have any friends in your life, family, anything? God.
No. I especially like Christian when I go down to the beach and level my tool with respect to the sea level so I can climb up a hill, look for a little flashing light. That's what I enjoy spending my time doing. In miles to derive the ever-popular squared functionality from them in flat miles. We're not getting a conclusion to that. I'm now being asked about electrons and software by a couple of cuck cowards who can't cope.
Okay, you want to explain your redundancy?
No, I'm good. We've got linear miles being squared. They're measured flat. It's a flat measurement of Earth in linear distance value, even when you beg the question of a tangential plane. This is the conclusion to the last guy that couldn't quite cope with his own use of linear flat Earth mile measurements.
I'll say it again. You want to contend with the redundancy in your logic, your word salad that's provable?
Sorry, a mile being linear isn't word salad. It's not logic. It's a measurement. It's linear. It's miles. It's how we derive Earth measurement for idiots who believe they're on a ball to suggest we can square those linear miles to infer Earth has sphericity. That's not logic. That's not a claim. That's the guy who spoke to me a moment ago using flat Earth measurements to suggest we can calculate sphericity based on flat Earth linear mile measurements.
You don't contend with what anyone else is saying, and you attempt to gaslight.
I wasn't talking to you, though, was I? I was talking to a different guy. You've taken over, haven't you?
You don't understand.
Don't tell me I don't understand. I'll reiterate for my own audience's benefit. The guy I'm now talking to that's telling me I don't want to contest anything, no, I want to conclude what was put to me. Tangential planes with squared functions, flat linear miles being the conclusion. Now I'm talking to a different guy that wants to white knight for the guy who has not conceded. He is the one who measured Earth flat. Like how when their own standards being put back to them, that needs now to be rumpused. So don't use our own measurements against us. Let's have somebody else pile in on top. Anyway, have we had enough of that for today? Anybody want to continue?
Yeah, point taken.
Anybody want to continue
I guess
listening?
you can move on. I just wanted to read something for you because I looked up that thing. Listen to this. No, electrons do not prove that the Earth is a globe. However, the shape of the Earth and the behavior of electrons are two entirely different scientific topics, as the Earth's curvature is proven through geography, Nathan. Did you know that?
Yeah, so it's proven through the geography, and the geography is measured flat.
Oh, dear. Astronomy and physics, like gravity and stellar observations, they prove the globe. The misconception likely stems from a few fascinating intersections between these two concepts. The shape of the electron is a perfect sphere. That's what they're getting at, I guess. I still don't know how they put it together, but I guess when you're reaching... Earth is round. A NASA scientist explains how we've measured the Earth round. Brilliant. Okay. Round is not spherical. Am I correct on that?
No, but what you said was stellar observations. Well, stellar observations would be elevation angle measurements. What was the other one? Geography and stellar observations. Was it? What was the second one that they named?
Oh, he said stellar. Hold on, I'll tell you right now. They also got Eratosthenes. It says Yeah, through geography, astronomy, and physics like gravity and stellar observations. So they got linked together astronomy, physics, and gravity with stellar observations. But those are all flat and require it to be flat.
That was the one I was going to focus on. So when you say gravity, well, gravity, okay, that's a flat Earth downward vector if you're going to assert it as Newtonian. I mean, you still need a horizontal plane to describe Einsteinian, but that's not going to give you a downward vector, which is what they're appealing to. So that's a flat Earth prerequisite, gravity. So they've got stellar observations, and that would be the acquisition of elevation angle measurements in all instances. That's flat Earth prerequisite. And gravity, what, down perpendicular to a plane, are suggested to prove sphericity. Like, neither prove sphericity, both are flat Earth in prerequisite. Notwithstanding that all things don't go down.
Right. They're not keeping up with the flat Earth debate because there is no debate. These are all old, very old arguing points.
Yes.
Now, I also have here that Eratosthenes shadow experiment in 240 BC, a Greek mathematician measured the different lengths of shadows cast by vertical sticks at varying latitudes to calculate the Earth's circumference and curvature. How many flat Earth prerequisites did you catch there?
Yeah, the stick and shadow nom is a flat Earth elevation angle measurement. What a joke.
Yeah, you got but a baller won't bring him up no more. They don't. So he's a mathematician. He's got vertical sticks at varying latitudes, and he still doesn't measure. He calculates.
Length, latitude, elevation angle, yeah, all measured from a flat Earth. It's flat.
Lunar eclipses. During an eclipse, the shadow the Earth casts on the moon is always a distinct circular curve, which is only possible if the Earth is a sphere.
That's another derivation of flat Earth prerequisite elevation angle measurements to describe orbital motion.
That's correct. Here's a good one. The horizon. Ships and tall buildings disappear from the bottom up as they travel past the horizon, proving the presence of a curve. Wait a second.
Bottom up
I understand ships, but buildings, they...
Bottom up is a flat Earth prerequisite also.
That's correct.
Just describing bottom up obstruction is to describe a flat Earth prerequisite. But the derivation of the mathematics, as we covered on today's live show, are also flat Earth by prerequisite.
Yeah, but listen, it says ships and tall buildings disappear from the bottom up as they travel past the horizon. I've never seen a building traveling. And traveling, that would be a distance, right?
And the distance and the 2D directionality all measured from the horizontal plane of our flat Earth.
How the Coriolis effect works on a rotating globe. The historical details of how Eratosthenes calculated the size of the Earth, how modern satellites and space imagery provide direct visual proof of the planet. These are all things that, if you want to delve in deeper, they will explain them all to you. Wow. They don't have a shot. When people Google it, if they're just quick Google searches, they don't, if they're not going to dig deeper like you dug deeper when that guy gave you that information the other day. And you found out when it comes to freaking finances, money, they'll be measuring Earth flat. But if they don't dig into that, they'll walk away with this and say, oh, yeah, it's a globe. That all checks out. These dumb flat earthers. Didn't they Google this?
Yeah, regurgitate and obey. Earth tis globe. No, meanwhile, you measure the Earth flat to give you all those begging the question nonsense of calculations and extrapolations and approximations and estimations for your blob. Meanwhile, Anyone that ever measured the Earth measured it flat. The Earth's flat.
Oh, CC, I didn't give you the new rhetoric now. You can say their names as many times as you want. Buck, he's already saying, he's always mentioning my name. We're going to keep mentioning his name because he's the punchline now. Sort of like on the Sonny and Cher show when Sonny was always the butt of all the jokes. So, yeah, he came in today saying, Neil, and he spells my name Kneel. He must get a little giggle with him in tune. But he's claiming that we're using his name all the time and we can't stop talking about him. But they call me every Tuesday night. So who's looking for whose attention here? We're using your name as a freaking punchline, you dumb bastards. So use it as much as you want.
Yeah, they harass us, enamored with us, to pretend that we're proactively seeking them. That's absolutely comical.
Yeah, it's wishful thinking, you know. Look, they're mentioning my name again. Not continuing on. How we're mentioning your name as a freaking moron who thinks that use a theodolite, an angle measuring device, to measure curves. Yeah, we will put your name to that.
Oh yeah, he's hilarious. I still remember the
underwheel,
the gaff towards flatulence in a fan proves gas pressure without containment. He's funny.
And don't forget the trundle wheel.
Yeah, so now that's got a concise summary of what that is. It's conflating network distance with actual straight line Euclidean distance as measured. And all processes that derive network distance start with an actual straight line Euclidean distance measurement. Facts. Earth's measured flat.
Yeah, you know, with the meters, with the trundle measurement. Yeah.
Yeah, well, like I say, it's too easy now.
Yeah, it's actually too easy.
Easy breezy, lemon squeezy.
Yeah. It's easy peasy lemon squeezy.
Yeah, it's like not even a struggle. Like, not that it really was, but
barely
there
an
was a time.
inconvenience.
Right.
Yeah, it was all a facade, like it was some war, when it's just simply the aspect of the Earth. Playing 12 top. And anyone that measures it ever will be measuring it flat. The Earth's flat.
Yeah, because that's the only way you can take a measurement. I mean, this drives me nuts that we didn't pick it up a lot sooner than we did. You know, that's because they had us looking for curvature. Very interesting.
Yeah, in the end, it's just what it is. Whether someone sees it or not, it's still the horizontal plane we dwell atop in reality.
That
we know
building-
it by it being measured flat.
That building is 20 miles away. How come I'm only seeing 3 stories of it? Huh?
Yeah, notice the first sentence.
You got a bad connection, Christian. Try dropping and rejoining.
How am I now?
Give us a nice, long, concise sentence.
So what is it that you're looking for? All the measurements are from our flat Earth for you to derive and deviate away to satisfy your local geometry. It's just measured flat. The Earth's flat.
All right, coming in much better.
Awesome.
How's the job? Because my job, the guy was looking to get his house painted for nothing.
Yeah, I got the down low on that part. Trying to penny pinch you. My job has its trials with my body and my knees and the position that I need to be to do my inventory. But overall, I still enjoy it. And with the old lovely long hours and all that stuff that wears on my body. But yeah, I enjoy actually doing inventory. So I am thankful for that part.
It's really crazy because yesterday I just went to the store and we had to pick up a few things, and like $100 was gone, and I only carried away 2 bags of stuff. It's like, what the hell is going on here?
Yeah, you just deliver us all with that stuff. Yeah, you drop $100 and you have like 3 food items. Yeah, that kind of deal.
You know what Jamaicans call $100 bills?
What?
You tell.
Concords.
Say again?
Concorde. Remember the Concorde plane?
Oh, okay, I got you.
Man, as soon as you break that bill, it flies away like a Concorde.
Yeah, the moniker is given to a $100 bill is, a C note or a Benji or a Hyundai.
That's the other thing, Nathan. When you went into that service, remember, we were very quiet until I recognized you were there. They were talking about freaking birth certificates and indented servitude, and what the hell was going on there?
Oh, what races?
Yeah, races. That was you stumbled into the fart sniffing debate of the time, boy. I was like, wow, these guys are really, really intellectuals. They must be loving themselves.
Oh, yeah, they must have borrowed that fan and flash lens from Buck. Yeah, here it is. We just stated what it is. The Earth being measured flat. The Earth's flat.
My New York Knicks are the champions of the world. I still can't get over it.
Nathan, how's your PC hold up in the heat?
Yeah, it's doing all right.
His PC's holding up, but he's not, Liam. He tried to take off yesterday. Actually, he was very successful, too.
Do you do anything particularly demanding? I noticed that when I play games, it doesn't last long before the graphics card starts stuttering.
Liam, were you here yesterday?
No, I wasn't there.
He freaking got away with playing songs as a show because it was supposedly too hot there. So he wrote a bunch of songs. So AI wrote a bunch of songs and played them. So it's not that the computer's not holding up. Nathan's not holding up in the heat. We might have to buy him a refrigerator and do the show from there.
Yeah, get it all going with the show and the pre-show with his head in the freezer.
Hey, I'm recognizing a lot of guys from the Premier League. Premier League. I don't know how Nathan wants you to pronounce it. In the World Cup. Pretty cool.
Premier.
Premier?
Correct.
So what do you think the Americans' chances are? How far do you think they'll make it?
It depends who they play, mate. They'll make it to the knockouts, and then they'll just get beat by somebody better than them.
They ain't good enough to beat any of the good teams like France or freaking who's one of the favorites there that I was shocked at? Germany, right? But Argentina won the last one, and they're freaking hot. I mean, geez, Messi's got 5 goals already.
One thing I noticed was that the manager of the USA team, he was in Europe for the last about 10 years. And then ever since he's moved to America, he's put a bit of weight on.
I'll do it to you.
Do you want a bit more of this video? That was a yes.
Sure, yeah.
Go for it.
If you don't have an argument against Nathan, don't just sit and call him names and yell at him. I mean, make an argument and have a back and forth with him.
What he said sounds deep, but a nonlinear mile isn't a thing. A mile, by definition, is a straight line of measurement. If it's curved, it's just a path or an arc. It's not a linear base unit.
It's not curved, though.
The guy who appealed to it in a linear fashion, though, squared it. So it had to be linear and flat, the mile that he appealed to. Now, obviously, if you're saying you don't want to take the measured miles from Earth, don't take them. But if you're going to square them, they're flat.
Ready to master AI?
You'll get AI skills employers are looking for.
Enroll today.
Earth's measured flat in miles.
You're just going to repeat that again?
Earth's measured flat in miles. If you're going to square a mile, then it has to be flat and linear to square it. Now, I didn't appeal to this. I'm not using flat linear distances for them to be capable of being squared. But this guy did when he assumed that we've got a tangential plane with a dingling, dangling berry of a globe Earth below a single point that's not being measured. But what is being measured is a plane with miles. Now, that's surface measurements in miles that are linear, so you can square them. Not me, you. Earth's measured
I have
flat.
to contend with your inability to frame basic logic?
I'll say it again. This isn't basic logic. It's a linear distance measurement appealed to by my opponent in name only. There is no challenge or debate here. He's using flat linear miles when he squared them. They can't be anything other than flat, or he can't square them. I didn't appeal to this. It's not my evidence. The other guy did. He just disappeared the moment it was pointed out he's using flat Earth measurements of linear miles to square them. Now I'm talking to somebody else.
Like understood measurement units.
Stuttery. We just measure Earth flat. It's not that serious, okay?
Well, it's that serious when you spend this much time getting this much attention from people.
Oh, do you not like how much attention I get when I point out to my so-called opponent that he's using flat linear miles so he can square them and infer tangential planes to a single point he's not measuring, and utilization of flat linear distances in miles so he can square them to suggest we've got Earth curve with flat linear mile measurements? Does that scare you?
Mile is already inherently linear.
Yes, that's right. Earth is inherently measured flat and linear, so that you idiots can derive suggestions of squared functionality from those linear measurements of Earth.
Squaring doesn't mean physically taking a stick and bending it into a square, you fucking idiot. It means multiple.
Oh, blessed. You need to swear at me and call me an idiot. I didn't make this claim, my friend. You don't need to call me anything. I haven't used flat linear miles for the measurement standard of Earth to square them. That's not me being an idiot. I haven't measured this. I haven't utilized it. I haven't used flat linear mile measurements of Earth to suggest we have sphericity. That's not my bag.
Value by itself. If you have a curved coastline that is 10 miles long and a width of 2 miles, the area is still 20 square miles, regardless.
So 2 miles would be a linear horizontal distance measurement with respect to Earth's planar surface in linear flat miles. So now you're appealing to 2 miles of flat measurements. Yeah, got your tongue?
I'm not appealing to anything.
You appeal to mile measurements. I urge you, I'm not deaf. What I then did was, should have put it into a graphically rude metaphor. No, I'm here to be civil. What I then did was take a giant dump on your suggestion that you can appeal to flat measurements of miles, 2 of them specifically. That got your tongue? Miles
you
are
want
flat.
To move the goal post somewhere random?
Right, miles are flat. You appeal to miles. That distance is a flat linear measurement. That got your tongue?
I
can't cope with a sentence. Maybe stutter your way through the beginning of it.
Reframing things.
I can't cope with a sentence.
Nobody has to contend with that.
Stuttery. You appealed to flat measurements of miles. That's what you did, you stuttery man.
The goalpost, not contending with.
So I'm not moving any goalposts. Meanwhile, goalposts are measured perpendicular to a plane of reference with a flat linear width. So goalposts, no, I'm not moving any goalposts. They're measured flat also, but you appealed specifically to miles and then denied your flat Earth prerequisite linear distance in miles. You have now started stuttering. That's what you've done. And then called me names.
Try to attack my ability to speak, but I explained it very specifically.
You use flat miles.
Squaring doesn't mean physically taking a stick and bending it into a square. It means multiplying a value by itself. So when you're saying he's using flat Earth math, not you, you're retarded.
I'm not retarded. A squared function means a squared function. Timesing it by self means a linear distance to be capable of being squared to derive the derivative squared function in a curve. That's what squaring means. If you square 8 inches per mile, then you are utilizing a linear distance in flat miles. That's a fact. You don't have to like it.
Yeah, in the areas.
Yeah. So Earth is measured flat in miles. We measure Earth flat. You measure Earth flat. The guy you're white knighting for measures Earth flat with linear miles.
Nobody's white knighting. You're getting shredded for just being dumb.
Right. No, that's an ad hom. I'm not getting shredded, right? I'm pointing out that my opponent, the previous one, used miles linear to square them. This guy used them for a distance value. So he's now using flat Earth prerequisite distance measurements and calling me stupid. I haven't made a single claim yet.
Quote from you: you cannot square a nonlinear mile.
That's correct. You idiot ball believers can only derive your make-believe curve from flat Earth mile measurements. That's correct.
You can't process the response. You can't even process it.
When you have a Pixel 10, you may get asked a few questions, like, what is that?
Stupid adverts.
Have lost favor.
You're dodging it.
Not dodging anything. You're the ones that are squaring linear distances that are flat and measured with respect to Earth's surface. They're called miles. You've got 8 inches per the mile squared is your suggestion, and you've got distance in a linear format that you're appealing to. I haven't appealed to anything to be called stupid over, by the way.
I'm not appealing to anything. All I'm doing is explaining a concept you didn't understand.
Now, I completely understand linear distance measurement in miles, but telling me I don't is kind of making you feel better. Is this helping you cope?
Doing his best. He's doing his best. Not good enough.
Sorry, you stuttery man. You are trying to cope by telling me that I am stupid. I'm not. I understand linear distances. You've confirmed them twice. So has the other guy. We can only measure these values linear. Yeah, I know. We can only utilize distance measurements in flat linear miles. We being everyone who ever measures Earth ever. I'm not one of them. I'm not appealing to this to suggest a belief in a curve.
So the twists and turns.
Yeah, Earth's measured flat in linear miles. That's correct.
We have a curved coastline that is 10 miles long and width of 2 miles. Area is still 20 square miles.
So square miles is flat. If you're describing an area of square miles, you are describing an axiomatic principle of flatness for it to be two-dimensional and squared in a mile that's measured linear. So squared miles are a flat Earth-only measurement. That got your tongue? Do you want to stutter so make a reply?
We're not forced to be operating in flat Earth math.
You are. You've just described square miles. That's a prerequisite flat description. It's two-dimensional. It's a square. It's got linear miles as the measurement. Just because you want to believe you're on a ball and simultaneously use these flat prerequisites doesn't mean that it's anything other than a flat measurement you're appealing to. Earth's measured flat in square miles. You're the one appealing to them, not me. That got your tongue? Stuttery response, perhaps? No? Well, let's conclude. Earth is measured flat by both of the opponents who've just been put in front of me. Both of them used flat linear distances in miles. They can only be linear, end quote, them. That's how Earth is measured. Flat.
Can I ask you, do you think if the Earth was a globe, we cannot do that?
The Earth being a globe is derived from flat Earth measurements. On screen now for my audience. The derivation of the equator based on angle measurements to Polaris. Earth is measured flat. I'm answering you. Oh my God, I'm answering you. Do you hear me talking, man? Do you hear my voice? That's a question. Do you hear me talking while you start yakking through the top of me?
Buddy, ease up on the ego.
Just shut up while I'm talking. It's quite simple. You might learn something. To suggest you've got sphericity requires you measure Earth flat with things like elevation angle measurements and distances. Your radial value for your belief in a sphere is a linear value in miles, 3959 miles, flat, linear. They're a derivation of an axiom when measuring angles from surface level to lights in the sky. Their minimum, in this case Polaris, forming the equator with an extrapolated value of linear miles at 3959 based on 1 degree of declination of Polaris equaling 69 statute or 60 nautical miles. That convention gives you the flat linear mile distance for your spherical radius derived from a flat linear measurement and flat angle measurement from a flat Earth surface. The globe relies on flat measurements. So if it was a globe, no, we've got a system that's global. It's derived from measuring Earth flat. It then bastardizes the flat Earth measurement and projects a pretty map onto the equatorial planes protractor. The degrees of the glorified protractor known as a globe Earth are marked as latitude degrees around the glorified protractor of Earth, with you only capable of being described within a sphere, as depicted on this diagrammatical example of the extrapolation of azimuth and altitude. Earth is measured flat to create the sphere for people who are given a very cheap state education for free to believe they're on, when mathematically there can only be within a glorified protractor, not on the projection of the map created with flat Earth measurements, one of which is radius, as I just explained. You can call me a demon if you like. This was obviously very painful for a lot of people.
No, it's very educational.
But they're using the measurements, Nathan.
Yeah, they keep calling me an idiot when they use flat measurements and I point out how flat their measurements are. Sphericity, yeah, you need flat measurements for that too, for you to believe you're on a ball. You need to derive a flat linear radial value in miles based on flat measurements of angles.
Ready to master AI?
You'll get AI skills employers are looking for.
Enroll today.
Guess who's coming to dinner with Felix?
Who?
Robbie Williams.
Cats do what they want when...
And extrapolations of a system with a convention called nautical miles. That's how you do it.
Yeah, I mean, it is, when you actually realise that, it is quite overwhelming, to tell you the truth.
Oh, we could talk about some boring software. Maybe we could talk about gases spreading out. Shout out to Unitox Femi, says SA1000 curved meters make 1 kilometre. Thanks for the super chat. Any more for any more? No.
When you have a mechanism.
Nope.
What mechanism for what?
The gradient.
For the grade, I've already covered this 5 times. You had a stuck record, right?
No, you understand that the gases are homogeneous throughout the atmo, as it were, right?
Did you say homogeneous? That's not correct. I think they're evenly distributed, do you?
Explain my incorrectness, please.
Well, they're inhomogeneous. They're spread out
understand that the gases,
in values that are
like
not equal. Homogeneous would be like layers, evenly distributed. Gas doesn't behave that way. It's inhomogeneous. You're just wrong.
So the oxygen at
Sorry, you're just wrong. You're not accepting. Okay, so you think we have nicely parceled up areas of gas in equal quantities when it's homogeneous? It's not. It's inhomogeneous. It's not spread out equally in equal varieties in layers. That's not how gas behaves. It's randomly dispersed.
The oxygen isn't 18% at sea level and at 15,000 feet?
That's a flat Earth measurement, though, isn't it?
Oh, so you are. So you're agreeing with what I said. You're changing your tune.
Sorry, I've already said that I couldn't care less about this. It's boring. But what I have said is, while somebody yatters through the top of me that's not responding to you, somebody else decided this is too painful. The measurement, the only measurement you've given me so far is altitude. That's the only value you've given me in a measurement. It's a flat Earth measurement that you're using to have this discussion with me. So my response, do you understand that your altitude you've just described to these gases is a flat Earth prerequisite measurement perpendicular to sea level? Do you understand that? Yes or no?
So your response is a question?
Yes. My question is, do you understand that to have this discussion we require Earth be measured flat? Yes or no?
No.
So you don't accept perpendicular measurements from sea level, okay? Then I'm done talking to you. You don't accept an axiomatic principle that you've appealed to. When you gave that feet value, that's what that feet value was. Now you're denying your own standard that you've appealed to. So I don't want to talk to you anymore. If you're going to say an altitude and then deny it, then don't talk to me. You're an idiot. Now that's me justifying calling this man an idiot. It's like saying, well, we've got 3 miles. Okay, so you accept that we've got 3 flat linear miles. No. Well, don't use them then. Don't use an altitude if you don't want to accept what altitude is. Don't use it then.
You've contradicted.
Stuttery. You've used a flat Earth prerequisite altitude measurement perpendicular to sea level. That is altitude. Now, you're saying you don't want to accept perpendicular measurements from sea level. Then I don't want to talk to you. Don't deny your own standard that you've used.
You don't want to talk to me because you...
Yes, because you're an idiot, and I'm justifying why you're an idiot. Don't offer me a value. in feet perpendicular, that's what a vector in the upward orientation, that's altitude, is. A perpendicular measurement from sea level. When I asked if you accept it, you said no. Therefore, you're an idiot. Therefore, I don't want to talk to you. Justifiably so.
You've contradicted yourself. That's why
I haven't. I haven't contradicted anything. I haven't made any claims.
Of course you have. You said they're not.
Right, when this man says he doesn't accept his own value of perpendicular altitude with respect to sea level, and he denies it when asked if he accepts the axiom, he's now telling me I'm contradicting myself. No, you're just projecting your own ineptitude onto me.
Quit chat skanking.
No, I'm describing your contradiction when you deny your own flat Earth prerequisite altitude measurement you were asked about. That's you contradicting yourself and then immediately projecting something that I've made any claims to be contradictory.
Explain how gases...
No, I don't want to talk to you. You're an idiot. Because you ask me about how gases behave and then deny the existence of gases after asking me. So no, I don't want to talk to you no more.
I did...
Stuttery! Do you not understand? No. No, when you deny the very thing you've claimed, that's a feet measurement, that's an altitude perpendicular to sea level. When you deny the very thing that you've used in your own claim, I don't want to talk to you anymore, especially when after that contradictory statement out of your lips is projected directly onto me. Now you become an intolerant person to talk to. That's why I don't want to talk to you and why you're justifiably being called an idiot. Stupid ads.
Nope, you've contradicted yourself. That's fine.
No, I haven't. Have I measured heights off sea level to make a claim about gases? Have I, Al? No, that's what you've done. You're just projecting your own contradiction onto me.
Nope.
Stop projecting.
You don't want to talk because you've contradicted yourself.
No, I don't want to talk because you're an idiot. I've made that clear 4 times. I don't want to talk to you because you're an idiot.
That's what someone that contradicted themselves would say.
What, like the kind of thing that somebody might say when they describe a perpendicular altitude from sea level and then deny it immediately after when asked about it? That's you contradicting yourself. Stop projecting.
No, the kind of person that...
No, so you accept axiomatically that perpendicularity is required to describe an altitude in a vector that's upward for altitudes of gases dispersing then? Or are you contradicting yourself when you deny that which you've used in your own claim?
You're just mad that I spanked your ass.
Now I'm being told that I'm getting my ass spanked. So I would ask that somebody who's in charge of this server remove this man who's going around in circles and claiming by projection that I've contradicted myself because he has denied his own claim that uses altitude from sea level. Go away.
Last week, and he did talking to you. Actually,
I'm done talking to you. You're an idiot.
So just stepping in here, if there's going to be badgering going on, we're going to have to make a call because we're not going to just accept that. So if you're going to have a good conversation in good faith, great. If you're going to badger, you may end up muted.
Yeah. Don't claim altitude and then deny them because you're going to be called hypocritical. Don't then project that hypocrisy onto me.
Except Nathan. Nathan can badger. We just can't.
So now another person's projecting that which has occurred onto me. I haven't made a single claim. For my audience's benefit, I'm not making any claims. What I've heard put to me is a claim about altitudes with respect to sea level that have then been denied. And now we've gone round in circles about 6 times with the exact same thing, with me being called names. That's what's happening. I'm not badgering anybody. I'm reiterating that flat earth measurement that he used and then denied and then called me contradictory as a consequence of his projection.
Is the earth flat or is it just measured flat?
Being flat is how you would measure it. If it was flat, you can measure it flat. We do measure it flat, therefore it is flat.
But is it flat, though?
Yes, that's how we measure it in linear miles, like the other 2 people have appealed to. Like this guy's appealed to with altitudes perpendicular to sea level. That's how it is measured.
I agree. Well,
right, so Earth's flat. That's based on its measurements of flatness that we use when we measure it. So yeah, it's flat.
Now, let me finish now.
No, I'll do whatever I like. Earth's measured flat, as you've just agreed to. You've asked me about it. The other people who are on the panel putting things to me are the ones that have appealed to these linear distances.
So no one's going to make him answer questions? He can just say things and never have to answer nobody's questions too?
No, I don't have to do anything. That's absolutely correct. Maybe you're misunderstanding this situation. That's correct. I don't have to do anything.
YouTube. Well, we know you don't. We
That's
know
correct.
you can't, though. It's not that you don't. You can't do anything.
No, I'll do exactly as I damn well please. Right, that's correct, yes. If you ask me something, I won't automatically feel I'm obliged to answer it. Like when I was asked about gases dispersing in line with entropic law, based on what we were taught in high school with the gas cycles, I said, why would you ask me this? I'm a YouTuber.
And yet he talks over everybody. You are a clown, dude. Listen, you're a YouTuber. You're a self-admitted YouTuber. You have no expertise in anything.
Oh.
Sorry, that doesn't change how a mile's measured. Me being a YouTuber doesn't change how my opponents have appealed to linear distances so they can utilize squared function to derive curve from linear distances. Why would I need to know anything when my opponents come to me with flat Earth measurements?
You don't know anything.
Well, I know that they're using flat Earth measurements. They're the ones appealing to linear mile measurements. So why would I need to know anything? People who are claimed to oppose me come to me with flat Earth measurements.
Lying to people on the...
I'm not lying. The guy who came to me used linear flat Earth mile measurements and altitudes perpendicular to sea level. I'm not lying about anything, but now I'm being accused of being a liar.
Yeah, you are a liar. You are lying about everything. And
No, I'm not. I hope that's somebody from the server muting this person who's filibustering and claiming I'm a liar.
I've had to mute you, Rob. Yeah, Rob, if you're just going to sit there and call him a liar, that's not what this show's about. The show is about the claims that are being made and addressing those points. Don't just ad hom, please.
Exactly. So when somebody comes along and says, well, I can derive curve from a flat mile tangential plane with an assumed sphere dangling below it, and then when I derive the automatically assumed to be in existence at a tangential point ball below a flat plane that'll measure with flat linear miles, that's not me needing to know anything. That's my so-called opponents measuring Earth flat. Right, I think I'll probably end it there.
How many times have you found yourself asking, is it...
I think that's where we go into the after show anyway. Anybody still here?
Yeah, I'm still here. Good stuff.
Well done.
I don't think there's anything else.
What I would have did was on that one part when you said he's spanking your ass, I would have said, yeah, just show me where. Point out where you have spanked me.
And they use measurement and then slide into calculation and don't even realize that they've done it. So folks have got to understand the difference between measurement and calculation. And somebody needs to get this reverb out of my ear. Thanks, Nathan.
So that's the thing. See, if Nathan would have called him on that, he would have went right to the flat Earth measurements because he has to. He can't get around it.
Yeah, like the guy on the live show. So he's saying, I could just go and get a value from Google or Wiki, but I won't. I'm going to go out and measure it. How do I need to measure it? Oh, yeah, I need to go to Wiki and get an R value. What are you people on?
It's simple. It's a straight linear measurement from our flat Earth.
Oh, you missed it today. We had a guy measure curvature on the show today.
I'm up for a good laugh. Do tell.
Well, I was counting how many curve measurements we got, and Nathan was counting how many flat Earth measurements he used. I think he got to 12 and I got to 0. I mean, it could have been way more than 12. And a lot of them he used like 5 and 6 times. You know, very casually too, like it's okay.
Yeah, that goes back to the statement than we'd say, get off my lawn. Yeah, you just let's run past the graveyard. Meanwhile, you're measuring the earth flat, even for your glove hole belief.
I wonder what the next move is from our bull-believing opponents that we're trying to step away from them. You know, occasionally we're dipping our toe back in the water, but from this point forth, they presumably all recognise the blood in the water, the blood being the flat Earth measurements they all need.
Well, I know the bloodbath on Facebook is not good for them, because now they're asking, well, give me an example. Show me where the Earth is measured flat. And the simple reply is elevation profiles in Google Earth. Now, you show them that and tell them how to get there, and they either go there and shut up, or they don't talk anymore.
Literally everywhere they go, you could pick and choose because they're never measuring any curvature. Now, to them, it's measuring off the tangent. You know, the drop.
Yep, and that'll be respect to the horizontal plane of our flat Earth measured.
You can't even describe curvature without a horizontal plane of reference. Still, click OK's summary. It's used for everything. You just can't get away from it.
I like how the current rhetoric's coming together. So we can start looking back and going, yeah, we all whistled past how flat everybody was accepting it. It went without saying, therefore it didn't get said, and therefore was capable of being used to suggest or infer sphericity when using flat Earth input values to do so. We didn't spot it, but now we're laser focused in on it, and the more we talk about it, the more concise our descriptions of that fact will be.
Yeah, we don't miss it no more, that's for sure.
Oh, yeah.
And you did lay... Go ahead.
Go ahead. Who was jumping in with me?
Oh, fisherman.
Well, Nathan did lay down the format for a very creative "Are You a Flat Earther" game show, with a unbiased host and 3 Globers standing at a Jeopardy set, and give them those questions. They've got to answer in a linear form or directional form or any one of the principles that we apply to measuring the Earth flat. And it just has possibilities of being extremely funny.
So basically, what they do is, it's in a game of Jeopardy. Nathan has all the points, they have 0. And then when the show's over, they say, we won. We wrecked you. That's just really funny to me when they say that. I destroyed you.
The transgender Brenda example is in the same setting. You're on Jeopardy. She says, if we were on a nationally televised game show, I'd beat your ass every time.
Wait, there was another one where the guy asked you, what was the question he asked you? And you answered him like 5 times. And he kept saying, oh, you can't, east, right? Something with east.
Yeah, eventually he asked, is there some sort of practical example you can give me of this? I was like, what, like a freaking compass?
Oh, you can't answer the question, can you? Is east a direction? I think that was it.
Hey Neil, can you help the supposed civil engineer go to Walmart to pick up a compass for $5 out of the sporting goods section? Help the guy out. Mr. Sodbuster.
Yeah, that's my new thing. Just go get a compass. But look, even there, you had Rob Noxious saying, yeah, south is down, north is up, the bottom of the globe.
They must be listening to the mapping company guy, with his wrong direction fallacy. Oh wait, it's just 2D direction from the horizontal plane of our flat Earth, and any angle measurements from it for azimuth will be also from the horizontal plane of our flat Earth. For the angles and the internal angles. Yeah, Earth's measured flat. Earth's flat.
No. I can never lose. As long as I know the Earth is a sphere, I can never lose because Earth is a sphere. How about that logic?
Oh, wow. It's not like we've heard the circle reasoning before, stare and declare, pretend and defend.
We have professional surveyors, and they tell us they account for curvature. They're professionals. You're a YouTuber.
Yeah, meanwhile, you're, again, hand wave dismissing the measurements and how the tool actually measures the Earth. The Earth's measured flat, with theodolites. Yeah, the Earth's measured flat with theodolites for surveying. The Earth's flat.
No, you just don't understand. It's calculated in there. All right?
It's the same old BS. Infinite regress fallacy. You just don't understand. It's not even an ad hom. It's just an insult. Therefore, just hand wave dismiss how the actual tool measures the Earth, so you can try to slide in your zealotry. No. Not an opinion, not how you feel about it, not agree, disagree.
Did you hear the new thing? Did you hear the new thing I heard? They're not denying the Miles linear. They're not denying any of those things.
Hold on, stop. That bugs the hell out of me. We're not denying is an automatic suggestion that there's something to deny or debate about. I couldn't give the tiniest of shits if you do, you stupid muppet. You think your dependence is here to be begged when it comes to these axiomatic principles of linear distance measurement? You're not denying it. I couldn't give a fuck if your head exploded.
Yeah, but you don't understand, Nathan. They're all linear because we've calculated in the curvature. It's already accounted for. That's why we got linear measurements. They accounted for all of that curvature. Earth is very big.
Yeah, that's called sophistry. You ever heard of that term? Sophistry? What sophistry is? Sophistry refers to the practice of using clever, persuasive arguments that sound logical and convincing on the surface, but are actually flawed, deceptive, or entirely false. That's sophistry.
Oh, that's everybody on the globe. Their sophistry is.
I lived in LA for many years, and a good friend of mine, he was a surveyor for the county of Los Angeles. And he told me that all the measurements they ever made are linear, miles, a line of sight surveillance. And when I asked him about, well, then, how did you deal with the curvature? And he said, we didn't. We never did. And if there would have had to be any, then I guess
Why'd you ask him that?
Google would have done it for us.
Google would have done it for him. How interesting.
Yeah.
Do you want to go over what's his name? Rob Noxious said in regards to if he knows, he knows. Just go over that again and I'll give you a different word. We've already covered sophistry.
Oh, what do you mean? When he says, as long as I know the Earth's a globe, I can never lose because it's a globe.
Yeah, I mean, that's circular reasoning at face value, but the dogged determination he offered it with is actually called zealotry. Someone who is fanatically devoted to a cause, belief, or ideal. It involves taking on enthusiasm or faith so far as it becomes uncompromising, rigid, and intolerant of differing opinions. An absolute refusal to consider alternative viewpoints or compromise on core beliefs. That's zealotry. That's what Rob Noxious is. The idea of suggesting that you can beg the question of an axiomatic violation in the form of curve accounted for in horizontal linearity. That's not only a contradiction in terms, it's sophistry. The suggestion that, well, I can't lose, it's always a ball because it's a ball and I know it's a ball and it's a ball, so I'll always win. You'll always... That's zealotry.
Yeah, that's a perfect freaking description of Rob. Yeah, he's a zealot.
Yeah, most
He
of them are
goes with
sophists or
consensus.
sophists, depending on how you want to say it, but offering up what seems logical and consistent. Wrapped, like the guy earlier, it might be boilerplate, but it's boilerplate sophistry. It sounds clever and convincing and logical to suggest that if you utilise a begging the question, proof of nothing, perspective hijacking, earth curve calculation based on a derivation of an R to assume sphericity, when inputting flat earth measurement values, we can suggest sphericity. It's just complicated enough that most people don't invest the cognitive processing required to unpack that fallacious sophistry from the boilerplate. But when you do employ the sophistry from the boilerplate, suddenly you feel like you're a frickin' intellectual, sniffing your own farts and telling people how you've measured Earth. By yourself, when you went to Wiki to get an R value. It's just utterly ludicrous. But ultimately speaking, just boilerplate sophistry.
Yeah, it's also the constant contrarian, no matter what, to justify their global zealotry. Even the terms they're known for. Spastic. No, you're a spastic. And you go on with that. Meanwhile, you just dismiss the flat earth measurements for you to keep trying to justify your global zealotry. No, the earth's measured flat, the earth's flat.
Yeah. So what you've just described is having the intellectual prowess of a 12-year-old, when I suggest that your utilisation of the wrong direction fallacy by way of azimuthal ascribed to the vertical in the form of height or top and bottom, as is used by someone like Rob Noxious, I go, your incorrect assertion makes you a spastic. That's an assessment based on his poor performance and use of fallacious logic. Response: no, you're the spastic. Okay, so you're the dum-dum head. That's the 12-year-old's ability to argue basically coming to the forefront when they lose. In the case of a zealot like Rob Noxious, who wants to immediately project his failure onto me, it comes across as, no, you're the poo-poo head. In fact, I wouldn't even put it at 12-year-old. I'd put it at about a 6-year-old, maybe 7-year-old. My youngest daughter's just growing out of that type of argumentation ability. I'm not even joking. So Rob Noxious's debate ability is on par with about a 7-year-old.
Yeah, that's the nanny nanny boo boo level.
Yeah,
that's not even the 12-year-old boy Batman t-shirt wearing, sniffing your own farts, Narnia nonsense, and yeah, that's just the way it is. Yeah, they're at that 5-6-year-old playground.
Yeah, but
nanny boo boo.
I'd say 7-year-old because it also comes with a dose of, no, you're the one begging the question. What? I haven't made a claim. I've just taken apart yours in rebuttal and pointed out specifically. No, I'm going to talk through you then. That's about the level of a 7-year-old.
Yeah.
But if I take a flat Earth prerequisite distance to an item and then measure my height perpendicular to a flat Earth, then I can suggest that the distance to a geometric horizon below the flat surface level I've just measured is 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. That's sophistry. Boilerplate sophistry. I'm an intellectual. 1.2 times the square root of the flat Earth measurement. Num 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 num. See how much smarter I am than you. And the people who do it are always the same adenoidal dweebs, aren't they? I'm going to spend my evening calibrating my phone to sea level. That's what I'm going to do in my evening. It got very late. I was home after midnight. You're like, you fucking boring dweeb. These were, do you remember when I was describing them back in the day, about 6 months ago, as the type of people that would have their head flushed down the bog at high school?
Yep.
I don't change my stance one bit. That is exactly the type of people that we're dealing with, that think they're intellectuals because they've gone and found a bit of boilerplate rhetoric. I bet all the girls will be loving me when I tell them about this on YouTube. Very exciting. Now, can you explain how gas disperses? Have you used this CAD software before? Do you know how Oh, shut up!
Yeah, that was funny.
You frickin' dweeb. Do you hear yourselves? At the time, it seemed like consequential importance when you're dealing with these people because you haven't got a firm idea of your own rhetoric. So you're battling your way through a completely alien concept, that's flat Earth, when you first get here. And you're suddenly bombarded with pseudo-intellectuals being very aggressive because they can lord it over what society is deemed to be the stupidest people. Who's opening their bloody mic? I have total silence for literally minutes on end. The minute I start talking, I've got a bloody mic open talking straight through me. Wonderful. I give up. Somebody's got their mic wide open. You're not going to talk? Seriously? You're just going to open your mic? Oh, bloody hellfire.
Oh, it's Neil.
Neil.
I totally give up. Alright, it's been 4 hours anyway, so I'm going to round out. Did he just run away from his mic and left his phone wide open? Yes, he has. Oh my god, Neil. Right, with that, I'm going to say a huge, massive, enormous thank you to both Discord and G+ panels for making today's after show possible. And of course, a massive thank you to all of you for liking, commenting, sharing, subscribing, joining as a Nathan Oakley 1980 channel member, and all that good stuff. I've been Nathan Oakley, and I will see you all in the next video.
But when you measure it flat, it contradicts that. I'm spitting flat facts and that. And I know you don't like that. Google Maps is flat, it presents elevation profiles like that. I'm a spitting flat earth king. Sentence has a ring, doing my own thing. If Earth was a big roast chicken, factually finger licking chicken. We just got the measurements missing. I'm spitting eggs and begs, begging the question lesson. I've said it before, time after time. I'm the spitting flat earth king of rhyme.